All right. Oh my gosh. All right. Then basically I clicked, and then for some reason this happened. Finn?
Yep.
Oh, something's wrong with mine.
Oh no.
All right. Oh. Yeah.
Oh?
Yeah. Let's commentate for now. I don't know if it's working because there's a 2-minute delay.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, we're gonna see. Yeah, this is the team that I was. Survivor team I've already seen, but actually we're gonna see a Dream Witch from Kang. Honestly, this is a good choice, even despite the meteorologist, because at least the one silver lining with meteorologist is that it will show their location and it will show what specifically where the Dream Witch needs to go. And since as long as she has enough leeches, she can counter the healing cloud without putting a detriment on her cipher pressure.
Yeah, that's like the power of meteorologist. Like she's very good at long range healing up. Like she's going to be a very good counter against the Dream Witch 2 in this meta. So I'm actually very excited to see her being played. And let me just check if we're working right now, because I'm very worried that we're not. I have no clue. Anyways, we're back to where we are is. Yeah, like first of all, the Gravekeeper actually not the best against Dream Witch because there's a chance the Gravekeeper will get doubled downed. Okay, we're live by 2 minutes. If everything is right. Okay, yeah, it's working. Yeah, apologies, I apologize everyone. Basically, something happened with the stream delay because I never tried this before and I literally just came back within like, and set this one up within like 5 minutes. I never tried this before, so apologize if we're rusty. So anyways, thankfully I managed to fix it before, or we managed to fix it before the game begins. As we're actually talking about the Seer, Gravekeeper, Magician, and Meteorologist, and Sin, you're talking about how good the Meteorologist is for using long range heal. Is it that correct?
Mm-hmm. We're also gonna see how we also might see how Dream Witch might be able to at least somewhat be proactive against these heals. Even if it doesn't properly counter, she can have a little bit of proactivity regarding how these survivors are gonna do. Unfortunately, this here kites right into the blocked cipher, so that means that's more decoding progress for them. But now that there's 2 leeches and they actually have, this is actually a really good sandwich from the Dream Witch.
Ow.
With this in
Oh.
play, it's guaranteed first hit, and he's gonna run back into the graveyard, but that's fine because Dream Witch can also just do the same thing. Since graveyard is such a small enclosed space with narrow hallways, even though there are pallets, it's gonna be much easier for her to pull off the sandwich, hence this year's option to go outside here. But I don't know if that's actually the best option since there's only one pallet, and if oh yeah, forced to use out flywheel to prevent getting hit by the patroller, and used to force out owl here as well. That's honestly 2 abilities in change for 1 patroller is already incredible for the Dream Witch here.
Yeah.
But if we look at the cipher progress, it's already about to be 3 whole ciphers.
Sin.
Yes?
Yeah, never mind. All right. So yeah, moving on to that, like we did see that the Seer had like a bit like failed with the first hour, which could have been a potentially dangerous situation there. But fortunately for him, he managed to kite this one out. And now we're talking about 3 ciphers into the game, and that is why like the Dream Witch does not like tanky survivors, because in early games normally they sandwich to get 1 hit and then use a patroller to get a 2nd hit. But in this scenario, the Seer having the ability to tank an extra hit prolongs the kite massively, as we're talking about 3 whole ciphers into the game, and down goes the Seer, like this is the first chair, but this is already 3.5, and just look at the two remaining ciphers. Like the two remaining ciphers are very far, like across at the other side of the map. So I feel like it'll be near impossible for a Dream Witch to try and get 4-man from this situation unless she like lands a terror shot onto the Gravekeeper while rescuing or something.
Yeah, but even then, because of the Gravekeeper's increased speed, because of how slow Dream Witch's normal attack is compared to the other faster attack hunters, it's gonna be extremely hard. Her choice to fully commit to chasing a seer on the first kite is actually getting her here, but no, we're not gonna see a terror shock, and because of Tide Turner, this last cipher will pop in time for the seer. Yeah, will pop in time for the Gravekeeper to get away since the seer doesn't have borrowed time actually.
Ooh! Tries to like cut the
Um,
seer off midway, but fortunately the Gravekeeper shovel still went down first. The survivor choosing to pop there was an interesting move, as I thought they would have the Meteorologist come and rescue a second time. But it won't really matter because the survivors here only really need one man exit to win the game, which is going to be happening because we can see that the Magician's already decoding popping the gate at the other side of the map, and there's no way possible for the Dream Witch to make it, considering that her trait is blink right now. So I feel like we already have a winner here, Sin.
yeah, we're actually gonna have a win here, and that is one escape. That is, mm-hmm, that is not enough for what
I
Team Any needs, and that's
I mean, it's going
game
to be a tie, but
9.
to be fair, they won already, so it doesn't matter what happens
Yeah,
beyond this. So
it doesn't matter
anyway,
what happens.
yeah. Anyways, congratulations to Team HLT for defeating Team No Exit, and it's going to be advancing to also to the BO3 and the top 8 round. Meanwhile, for Team No Exit, they lost their chance to qualify here, meaning they only have one more match that remains for them. And HLT, once again, congratulations, as they are going to be advancing to the top 8, which is going to be, I think it's next week. So, yep, just an amazing performance of the Hunter with the Goatman pressuring it early game, and the Survivor just finishing up the deal here.
Yup. And look at that cipher progress. This is exactly why nowadays Dream Witch isn't used much because of how much tanky survivors there are and how many healers there are. It's hard for her to properly set her pace unless the survivors make a mistake.
Yeah, especially the meteorologist definitely also is like a huge issue for a Dream Witch, seeing that she can long range heal, and like Dream Witch or Hermit, like these field control hunters does not like survivors long range healing, so this could be a massive issue here. So moving on, we can really see the decoding progress is very low because the Dream Witch took too long to down the seer, and as a result, just never really had a chance to control beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, now that we're at it, we're still relatively early today because we actually, like for everyone in the audience, we actually have 6 BO1s today. So this is going to be very interesting indeed with 6 BO1s. So that we'll have a lot, and you'll be with us a lot today. So if anyone is in the chat, please come and say hi. As I would love to interact and just chat a bit.
Yup.
Wait, are we not live?
I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh, that's getting annoying. No, we're live. Yeah, so anyways, let's see, moving back. So yeah, we have NTT, we have ECH. The current score is 7-2. So yeah, like this is going to be the win of the first match here. And per my memory, I think we have 3 2-2-1 matches to play today, and 3 1-2 matches. So with that, we're gonna hop into a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit. Yeah, hello everyone! I'm back, and of course the moment I try to do something, my camera is not working, lol. Anyway, so while I'm working to fix my camera, so yes, then let's talk about that last match over there. Honestly, I just feel like that last match is really just a showcase, like a strong showcase of this Hunter meta, isn't it? Or Sin?
Yeah?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
anyways...
good. Yeah, okay, we're back in the live stream.
Yeah, I think I really need to figure out how this one goes, because I literally am figuring this out on spot. I wanted to have a screen like showing us, but for some reason, yeah, I just couldn't figure it around fast enough, and my camera was not working for some reason as well.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, I figured it. Aha! Got it! Yay! Woohoo!
Okay.
Yeah, they're in the game now, so I have to swap back to them too.
Yeah, alright, so we should probably go back to them. We're seeing a Mechanic first ban on Lakeside. Honestly, that makes sense. Of all the maps that Mechanic could be best on, bigger maps like this are her strong suit, especially compared to Moonlight, which is more open and easier for her to be spotted. It's much better that she's played on Lakeside. Plus, combine that with the fact that there's a lot of places for her to hide, a lot of places for her to kite. As long as she's paired with the right supports, she should be fine. We're seeing an Aeroplanist and a Magician first pick up against the Seer.
Yeah, one thing I actually want to note about is like Magician is definitely back in the meta, seeing how often he is selected during this tournament. So no Mac, no Seer, and for team content creator, like I'm trying to recall what does Peter play. I think we saw him with Sangria, with Opera Singer a bit, and also Goldman for a bit. But yeah, team's content creators is the team that uses a lot of named themselves after the Japanese team. So I'm wondering, what are we going to be seeing here?
Yeah, I'm willing to bet we're probably gonna see some weird synergy with the possibly the Aeroplanist and the Novelist, or just anyone really. We're gonna see Psychologist obviously use her heals for after the rescues, or if she gets chased first. But honestly, I'm struggling to think how else this team would synergize aside from possibly Novelist supporting with the
honestly, I feel like for this team comp, they're just wanting to like decode and like kite their way out, because they don't have much support, and the decoding speed of this team comp is very fast. I imagine they'll probably have the Psychologist and the Aeroplanist to bring Tide Turner as a type of a support, like as a type to like rescue, because they are both relatively stable rescues here, as like the Psychologist is unlikely to get cut off, and the Aeroplanist can also use his jetpack hover to make his way towards the chair. So, moving on here. Let's see though. The Hunter Peter is still thinking here. Ghostman is possible here. Hula Baloo also, but oh yeah, seems more to be the Goatman. Like Goatman is still prevalent in this meta. And hello everyone in the chat. We are having some audience here. So
yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna see Goatman here. I wonder how this is gonna go up against the Psychologist. This should be fine, and when it's Aeroplanist's turn to rescue, he should be fine, but when it's his turn to kite, that might not end very well for him.
Yeah, that might not end very well though, but let's see. First of all, let's establish this. Magician actually works decently against the Goldman in this meta, so first of all, Magician is not the ideal chase here, and for Aeroplanist it's 50-50s, and actually, if the more I think about it, this team comp is actually, I can see this team comp work against the Goldman. Novelist actually also works against the Goldman. You just literally have to stand at a pallet. Oh, sorry, I dropped something. You just have to stand at a pallet, wait for the Goldman to come in and then use Metaphor to swap, and then there you have it. And then get a slam and then break the cage. Like that is just all in one swoop over here. So here Peter will have to think carefully if he really wants to go after the novelist, or maybe like find someone else. But there is also the aeroplanist who is at the big boat, which is like one of the strongest cutting areas in the entire map.
Yup. We're probably gonna see, honestly, because of these spawn points, we're probably gonna see the novelist get chased first purely because of how restrictive that kiting spot is. But if it's Goatman, he might want to reduce their chances of a good rescue by going after Aeroplanist. Since if he cages off the right spots, Big Boat is still gonna be pretty useless.
Depending on how good Peter is. And also, one thing that I should note is that this match is also a 2-1 match, as all the playing teams here have 2 wins and 1 loss. So they definitely want to take the win here for FCMN and oh my gosh, what's going on? FCMN and Team CC, like content creators, want to take the win here, as they do not want this to be the last match. Like, they do not want to fall down in the last match and be in the situation of a do or die. They want to win this right here and now.
Yeah.
So,
and right now, honestly,
sorry. Yeah.
No, you continue. You continue.
Nah. For there we can actually just like say like we're about to commentate and just wait. But anyways, moving on into the game, we have Peter here marching his way towards Viviania because probably as reasons we mentioned, they do not want the novelist or the airplane at the big boat. So going to be heading towards the magician, able to like make his way on the other side of the wall, but unfortunately missing there. So the magician had a chance to use the illusion, and Peter a bit too hasty there with the swing. And with the illusion, Vivian is actually managing to kite out the first cage over there. So let's see, can Vivian like evade the second cage? Unfortunately, not being able to, I think, caught the magician just right before the illusion takes effect over here. So currently, like, it's relatively early in the game, and the magician is already in half health. So this last cage is going to be all that matters, as the magician wants to cut this last cage. It's going to break the cage and actually manage to break it. So that is actually like one of the reasons why magician is good against the Goldman. Like, you hit the illusion and then you can rush to break the cage.
Yep, and there it is.
Ooh.
And still with one more, he forces out Blink, which is actually honestly pretty good, even though it's not full ciphers. With how high the cipher progress is, plus no more Blink, a rebound kite should guarantee minimum all these ciphers. Minimum 2 ciphers will pop, and the last cipher should either pop or another one will get pretty high percentage by the time magician is downed once more.
Yeah, but this is actually considered a win on both ends necessary, because like the cipher, I feel like both sides have the opportunity, but the magician, with the help of his trait, is gonna get an extra illusion here. But it seems that the novelist wants the body block, because Goldman does not like get body blocked or like get to like field control around. So going to be using the metaphor here to try and make sure the magician lasts out the cage. Let's see. Unfortunately, gets the, like, for the Goldman, he's only got the hit on the novelist, and also it was only a quarter health damage as the cage expired. So now let's see the magician. But unfortunately, Peter there, I think his cage misplayed there, but he still have one more cage to work with, and we can see the magician is actually at the other side of the cage. So magician managed to kiting out this cage, and things are not looking good for team content creators right now, because with that the magician is set up to kite for a very long amount of time.
Yeah, with this, now that the second to last cipher is at 50% and the last cipher has already been started, magician is probably, by the time Goatman at least finds another cipher, at least gets around to his second kill, gate will already be open, and if he doesn't have detention, which he doesn't seem to... No, he does have detention, but even then it will be very difficult for him to... It'll be very difficult for him to actually get more than a tie here.
Watch out! Oh, fortunately, the Goldman did not have enough resentment for a cage. Otherwise, this could have been a different story. Backstab, able to get the hit on the magician. I feel like it would have been better over there if the magician just like stayed behind the window and have the two of them run in circles rather than one vaulting through. Because the moment you vault through, then it gives the the door open for the Goatman to do a backstep and then get a hit over there.
Yeah, there it is, and that's also the weakness with every single other hunter. If they force their way through a vault, that leaves them open, vulnerable enough for a body block to fail. And unfortunately, nope, that actually ends up perfectly for the goat man. He gets one hit here, and without a metaphor, this novelist is most likely gonna die pretty fast.
Yeah, and currently decipher build, but oh, fortunately able to get a novel just in the nick of time. And Peter once again being a bit too hasty there, missed a swing, missed another. It seems that Peter's getting a bit impatient, and this is going to be allowing the psychologist to rush the cipher that's on the face right now. But what will be the survivor's choices, considering the novelist does not have borrowed time? Maybe it will be better to just pop it rather than pop it, but it seems that they're going to be waiting for the airplane cipher and have the psychologist to come and rescue. But if you're doing that, you want to ensure that you get the body block, or else a whole different story is going to happen endgame here, Sin.
Yeah, and right now, what Goatman could probably do is cage off the chair and get as many hits as he can before before it pops. Since she doesn't have her empathy, there's a chance for this to. Nope, unfortunately, the Goatman just takes the chip hit rather than going for the cage. He, knowing perhaps trying to go for a double hit here, at least injure the psychologist. He's gonna hit her once. The gate pops, and without borrowed time, the novelist is still at half health, and this psychologist will not yet go down because of unfortunate cage placement.
Oh, the cage goes off. I actually feel like Peter had a bit of a misplay there, because if he knew that the novelist had no borrowed time, he should have gone after novelist instead. But now the novelist is in danger, as Peter could be teleporting. Novelist looking to rush that gate, but doesn't seem likely to be able to get. And currently, Peter doesn't necessarily have to like be in a cage to get it down a novelist, because the novelist is going to go down in one hit outside of the cage, but able to use the flyout there and able to use the metaphor to negate the backstep there. A very amazing play on novelist, but unfortunately it's still going to be going down now. So the novelist will probably be chaired and get eliminated straight away. The question is, can the psychologist make it towards the other side of the gate, which is hard to tell, but I think it's completely possible for the psychologist to make it.
Yeah, it might be possible, but since the Goatman it is possible. Unfortunately, even if he uses all of his cages here just to reach the psychologist, he will not make it to her.
Yeah, so this is going to be a tie.
That is a tie.
Yeah, I feel like this tie is unfortunate on the survivors or on Peter's part, because he could have gone for a free man, because he definitely should have known that the novelist had no borrowed time, because he literally seen the novelist rescue with Ty Turner, and after that he also seen hold on, let me switch back. He also seen that he used flyout effects, so he should have known that there is no borrowed time in play there. So so honestly, I feel like that's a bit of a misplay there.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is going to be a misplay, and now Team CC is gonna have to deal with a tie. That means they're gonna have to actually get a 3 escape. You're gonna have to actually get a 3 escape in order to proceed. Otherwise, they're gonna drop down to 2-2.
Hey, Zen, look at the screen.
Why do you have your sunglasses on?
Yeah. Like, since we're going to be here for a long night, may as well, style myself up for the night. Yeah, hello everyone. This is Joan here with his shades on. I'm going to bring you some more shades commentaries tonight. So yeah, now that we're at it, since it's a 2-2, this means that it is definitely everybody's game at the other half, because it's like everybody's game, because anything can happen at the second half, because all it takes is for one side to get a free man or a free man escape or free man elimination, and this is going to be over straight away. Though considering that this is a Hunter silent meta, I feel like for content creator survivor end, they'll probably be looking for a tie, as the pressure will be on FCMN to try and get a free man elimination there.
Yeah, as long as they can, even if they force it out into overtime, they should be somewhat safe. This is better than the previous position that we've seen the other team in, which was a full-on 4K. But depending on how they choose to play out over time, I still think their best bet here would be to choose a stable team that's capable of getting at least minimum tie, but more likely or not a 3K or a win, 4K.
Yeah, I mean, if it's possible, they definitely want to get the 3K here though, because all teams are currently up 2-1. As I said, they definitely want to end this round here. And yep, hello if everyone just come in. Like, hope y'all enjoyed Jong with his shades on because we're gonna be in here for a whole night, so may as well as do it with style. But let's see, Lakeside Village, now that we're talking, is actually like a very Hunter strong map, which is probably what Hunter needs, because in this meta it's actually going to be very hard it'll be harder for the Hunters to get a 3 or 4 man, seeing that first of all, the Goatman the Hula Baloo got nerfed. Second of all, it introduced a meteorologist, and the magician also got buffed. So if we have other stuff, like for example, like the peddler that's new to the Hunter is not strong enough. So I feel like here is definitely leaning back towards a balanced meta, or maybe a slightly survivor meta too.
Well, now let's just wait for the actual match to start. I guess this opens up more space for weird team comps to be played, since they do have some leeway to mess up here.
Yeah, but
still, we're probably gonna see meta. There it is, it's starting.
I need to cut it back first. So moving on, actually, so we have the priestess getting banned straight away. We're probably going to see something like this. Oh, Knight is actually going to be selected. Knight and Antiquarian. So this is actually like a very battling type of team comp here.
Yeah, like I said, since there's less pressure, still rather high stakes, but less extreme, we're probably gonna see them play something that's a little bit off meta, but still has the potential to actually win. With Antiquarian and Knight paired together, we're still probably gonna end up seeing another stable kiter, a dot.
Probably
not
Acrobat or Meteorologist. Yeah, it does make sense.
Which is fine as well.
Meteorologist actually does make sense, seeing that. Oh, never mind. They're just playing around here. Oh, for Investigator. Yep. So, I mean, I'm not sure if that's the best pick against a potential Goatman, because Goatman is like BO1. But this is Mimi Mumu, and for those of you in the chat, remember what Mimi Mumu does, like what they play. I do. It starts with a C, it ends with a R.
Oh boy.
Sculptor.
Sculptor doesn't start with a C.
No, starts. Oh, sorry, my bad. Starts with an S, it ends with a R. Sculptor. Yep. So.
Yeah, I don't know if Sculptor. Not sure if Sculptor would be the best on Lakeside, but there's potential here because of the amount of open barrels that the survivors could get stuck on. Regardless, the chisel can reach as far as she wants it to go if it comes to cipher pressure.
Yeah, though, but I mean, Mimi Mumu has already gotten 2-4 men in the Moonlit River Park maps where in theory, where the Sculptor was weak at, he already managed to get 4-man elimination with it, proving that his S-Batch Sculptor is very good. And here, if we think about it, it's not entirely impossible for the Sculptor to be played over here. If Mimi Mumu is very confident with it, but hold on a minute, is that
Don't forget that they're just playing with us. We're gonna see a Sculptor, which fares actually pretty decently against this, except for maybe against Antiquarian, which could prove some issue against her statues.
This actually makes way more sense there. I was about to what, Geisha? But yeah, Sculptor here actually, we've established, is that Mimi Mumu is an S-Batch Sculptor, so they're very skilled with it. And the second thing that we're going to establish is that, let's see how does a Mimi Mumu play against this, because It's not entirely impossible if he's very skilled. But one thing to note is the sculptor does not like survivors with transitional kite, and the fire investigator can sort of achieve this in this game.
Mm-hmm. Like, if Fire Investigator pulls this off correctly, he can, in fact, make it very annoying for the hunter to chase anybody. But since the Fire Investigator is all the way at Shack, and Sculptor's probably gonna end up chasing. Might end up chasing the Knight, but since she wouldn't want to chase Big Boat.
Yeah, the thing with the Knight is that Knight, I don't know about this, but I feel like Sculptor does not like the Knight, because the thing is that the Knight with the tactical foresight can easily disarm and like block off the statues of the Sculptor, and when the sculptor statue got blocked off, this is going to be like, she'll be like a walking duck for like a good 8 seconds. So this is, I feel like it'll still be better for Sculptor to try and look for investigator or the airplanist, or maybe even the psychologist on Big Boat is better than trying to force his way through the night.
Yeah, honestly, chasing Big Boat will be viable. It's actually a psychologist, so unless the psychologist has both the flywheel and breaking windows, it should be somewhat viable as long as she can. I mean, this is an S badge sculptor we're talking about.
Yeah.
Aiming the statues correctly shouldn't be too much of a difficulty, but question now is, yeah, no, we're actually gonna see her chase the Knight. Perhaps, or perhaps she's gonna skip over the Knight and go for the Antiquarian.
Seems like
There's also a chance of her doing that.
I feel like here he maybe actually wanted to be chasing the Knight. Maybe my perception and my prediction of Sculptor not liking the Knight is completely wrong here. So going to be chasing after the Knight. Let's see, does the first chip here? Not able to chip though, so the Knight is still able to last for a bit here. And let's see how the Knight uses tactical foresight. And there we have it. So there, the first statue, and for a brief moment, the Sculptor cannot really do anything as the next hit is going to like get blocked. But he's still going to get the hits because one hit with a Sculptor is equivalent to a chip. And the chase will be carrying on, but one cipher is already gone, and so far the Knight is able to get off with only one chip, but goes for the warp here, wants to try and eliminate the Knight straight away, but with the help of Flower Effect, not able to. But actually we noticed that amongst all this mess, the Knight actually failed both tactical foresight there, with both normal attack gets failed, and with 2 chips he's already down there, Sin.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a beautiful statue from the sculptor there, getting him down to half health, and then which leaves room for her to down him with a normal hit. Amazing placement of the chisel here, able to pressure off the cipher, especially when, although it's not the one with higher progress, that's fine as well, since once she takes it off, it will pop anyways. This She is able to get 1 chip, and if she
Watch
uses
out.
her statues
Watch out, watch
wisely,
out.
there it is, a stuffed rescue. Honestly, these are beautiful statues from Mimi Mumu here. We see 1 cipher is popped, but is that enough for them to recover from this? That's a down in a chair, and Knight is already past half. It doesn't look like anyone is. Yeah, with Antiquarian being able to balloon here, they can get
watch
a
out.
free hit and an insta down from the Knight. Even with Tide Turner, it's no use. Although Knight can.
Or Knight wants to protect the Antiquarian, is able to with the help of the tactical foresight. So that's one good news amongst all the bad news. But the thing though is that because of all the stuff rescue and all, Mimi Mumu here already has full presence, and we know the terror of a full presence Galatea, because once full presence, there's Statue of Nobility, and like the number of hits, the number of time take to get hit will be significantly faster once the Galatea hits full presence. It's actually going to be warping onto the Antiquarian's face. So let's see, can the Antiquarian do this one out with the help of her ability? Is able to vault through the window to last for a bit, but a full presence Sculptor is hot on her trail here.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure that was a missed that was a missed flywheel, and she goes down here, but the good news is she goes down right within small boat, which puts her, no, actually, no, it puts her at one of the worst chairs in the map, but it's two ciphers remaining, and the one cipher that's been decoded barely has any progress on it when we account for the fact that Chisel has a relatively short
Watch
cooldown.
out! Fire Investigator, you have to avoid the Statue of Nobility not being able to now. This is not good. And another failed rescue. I think one thing that everyone is learning up with Mimi Mumu is that maybe if you do not have a strong rescuing ability, don't try to rescue because literally we've already seen like 2 or 3 games that occurred by now. It's that the survivors trying to go rescue, like despite they are not the best rescue, and it backfired on them significantly.
Yeah, and honestly, even then, Fire Investigator is actually pretty strong at doing rescues, but it's just these statues are incredible from Mimi Mumu. Another statue who gets hit on Psychologist, and without without the traits that she needs to be able to kite, she will not last long here.
Yeah,
Another statue and she's down right up on the stairs. She can probably get statued right if she tries to vault the window.
I mean, doesn't even need to do that. Like currently, the antiquarian in theory will be hard to cut this one out. Yep, there goes it down right there. And the thing is that Mimi Mumu here can play as slow as you want, and actually they're gonna surrender because they know that there's no way they can bring both survivors
Hmm.
out of the gate and like both survivors on the field
Yeah.
out. So we are going to be having a winner as FCMN is going to be defeating team content creators and advancing. So FCMN, an amazing performance there, managing to clutch their way through, with the help of the Mimimu's Galatea. And they're going to be advancing as team
Yeah.
content creator. Things are more tough for them because they were up 2-0, but they lost 2 matches in a row, and now they are going to be in danger soon.
Yeah, now that they're down to 2-2, that's gonna be tough for them. But congratulations to FCMN because they're going to go up to 3-1.
Yep. Yep, so with that, they're going to be advancing soon. So I think one thing that
Mm-hmm.
we all learned against Sculptor is that do not rescue if you're not like one of those top rescuers because the Antiquarian definitely tried and it backfired significantly, and that was doing like
Mm-hmm.
without full presence. And the thing with Galatea is that you do not want to give them full presence. Like giving them full
Yeah,
presence is going to prove very difficult.
the only reason Psychologist and Knight were able to pull off their rescues in the first place was because Tactical Foresight is strong against blocking attacks or just any form of damage, and Psychologist being able to tank at minimum at least an extra chip hit because of her empathy made it really hard for the Sculptor to combo her.
Yeah. So I feel like here maybe it would have been better if they send the psychologist in to rescue if they are wanting to rescue. But I feel like the safest bet is to, you know what? Don't rescue entirely. Like don't rescue entirely because with that you're not giving them presents. And yep, let's put the shades back on as this is going to be a shade commentary. So this is going to be the end of the second round. And honestly, for team content creators, they ideally will wanting to be looking to step their game up because, as I said, they were up 2-1. They no they were up 2-0, but then now all of a sudden one more match and they're gone. So as FCMN already made it safely, for team content creators, they definitely need to step their game up. As we're gonna head into a quick pause straight away.
Still,
Pause,
even
pause, pause,
then,
pause, pause.
Team CC only has two. Did you change the screens?
Alright, first of all, let's establish one thing clear. Hello everyone, let's establish one thing clear. This is not Sid, this is Nyashi. Hello.
Yes, my name is now Sin, guys.
I do not have time to change because Nyashi literally just came back like very all of a sudden, and I'm like, cool, you're up, and let Sid rest for a round.
Yep, but today we're gonna be going and watching the third match now. It's gonna be between ES and Wolfgang.
Yep.
I believe this is the third time I'm commentating for ES. I think I've basically been there for all their matches.
Oh, by the way, look at this.
Look at this. Hey, look at, yeah, the camera. I'm vibing with this.
Oh, yeah, let me swap. So moving on to the Discord call, we have ES going to have DH, Wan, Fuku, and oh my gosh, just too fast. But yeah, you can introduce for Wolfgang first. I'll go back to ES.
We got Daria Silva, Baby Lee, Glue, Soda, Mecom, and Kang Hee. I believe Kang Hee is very familiar to me.
Yeah, for ES, yeah, I think I need to figure out the timing much better because things are moving fast when this is my first night doing this. Anyways, okay, maybe for the next game onwards, I'm not going to swap before the introductions. Anyways, let's see. Now that we're here, so yep, we're going to be talking with Sin, and have you just said that it's like your third match doing them?
Yeah, this is I believe like my third match watching ES, so we've seen them a handful of times. I believe I was commentating all their matches, and I mean ES has been doing pretty decent for a team. I actually did not expect them to go 2-1, but they're here right now, and they're gonna try to hope to get that third win to get them the qualification spot.
Yeah, because like if they lose tonight, if they lose this match, then they're going to drop down into the life or death, and I don't think any team wants to deal with it. As like if you have the opportunity to win it now, then might as well just win it now.
Yeah, but for Wolfgang, Jong, what are your comments on Wolfgang here?
I mean, Wolfgang has also showcased a pretty strong performance, seeing that they're up 2-1 for a reason, and while we're at it, and oh my gosh, what did I just do?
Yeah, but going into that actually, it's very interesting because both these teams came off 0-1 and made the return back to 2-1. So they didn't initially start off fresh. They kind of struggled in that first match that they played, but now they're looking actually better than ever. And again, one more match for them and they're going to be able to get a qualification spot. So this is very crucial for them because if they don't win it now, they might risk potentially getting themselves eliminated.
Yep. And Mia Nyashi here actually has been in all 3 matches with Team ES. So let's see how familiar Nyashi is with them. As we're going to be seeing the mech and the priestess being banned, mage and anti being selected first. Magician being in this meta is something that not everyone is expecting, as we're going to be seeing the merc. And I think we may be actually seeing harasser. Like, one thing I noted through watching IVL today is literally harassers are back in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually very interesting when it comes to the meta right now. I think everyone has different views on the meta. I mean, we kind of agree that Goatman is the BO1 option, but I think basically just about every team, every region has their way to deal with it. I mean, in Japan, we've seen more of the Magician. In IVL, I think we've seen a bit. I saw a Perfumer game a while ago, so there's that as well to consider. And for Southeast Asia, I think we saw it like on some of the streams. We even saw some Professor picks come along the way. But we are going to be seeing Novelist is going to be the pick here for Wolfgang. And the question is ESBMO. He's picked a bunch of weird characters in the past, so I do wonder what he's going to pick now.
Yeah, I do wonder. Let's see though. Goatman, first of all, is always the BO1 because this is not a complete Goatman counter, because one of the strongest counter of Goatman is literally sitting at the banned spot right now. So let's see. I mean, first of all, the balloon works here. I feel like that's for certain. Opera Singer also works. I feel like even the breaking wheel actually might be possible. Excitement breaking wheel actually works too.
Yeah, I feel like also BMO could consider Hullabaloo. I think I saw him play Hullabaloo at least once this tournament. And actually maybe twice, but I believe he is hovering at that Goatman right now. I'm not sure if he's select. Oh no, he had selected it, selecting talent. So yeah, he's gonna be locking in on that Goatman, which is a completely reasonable pick. Goatman is the BO1 hunter after all, and so I mean this is not something that was completely unexpected on their end.
Yeah, it's not unexpected. It's not unexpected. Like it's always been the thing. Now that we're having it though, actually, Novelist is actually decent against Goldman, as we've seen in Koa Kazuneko. Like, one way we see is the literally for Goldman to hang in the pallet, wait for them to drop the cage, metaphor, pallet stun, break the cage, and bam, they're out. And this is one thing that we should definitely keep note of, as BMO will be spawning at the top left corner, close to the Antiquarian. Like, Goldman against Antiquarian is 50-50 though, so let's see how well are going to be the mind games between BMO and Darius, as this is going to be the key of this match.
He can also consider potentially going for the Novelist as well if he really wants to, and if he can find this Mercenary, which I don't think he's going to try and risk that, he could also consider it. But Darius Silva definitely the main attraction here for Goatman, as he gonna hope to potentially chase him in this early game. He can consider the other characters, but I mean, both Novelist and Antiquarian here actually has 12, 9, 3, 6 for Mercenary and 12, 3 for Kang Hee the Magician. So I think for BMO, I'd say that I prefer chasing at least the Antiquarian, because Antiquarian against a Goatman matchup a bit frisky, can be a bit risky. So yeah, that's gonna boil down though to preference here.
Definitely boiled down to preference. Anyways, we're going to be heading into Wolfgang Survivor versus ESS Hunter with your caster Invisible Jong and Yashi, who is called Sin for now. Haha. Sin again.
Yes, I'm now secretly Sin, guys.
Alright, approaching into the game, BMO marching his way towards Darius, who had actually brought both broken windows and flywheel effect, so in theory she'll have a very stronger kiting build, but BMO doesn't seem interested and will instead be marching towards Baby Lee's Novelist, but the Novelist, as I mentioned, has his ways to deal with the Goatman, so BMO will have to be very careful in how he approaches this.
Yep, and it seems as if one pallet is already dropped here on the side of BMO. He is gonna go ahead and use
Metaphor?
this cage right here, but he didn't actually put this cage properly, because he can actually still go through the pallet here.
Yeah, go for a back for like a reverse technique here, but with a metaphor, but unfortunately, misses that swing. I thought that swing would hit. Can the Novelist kite this one? Yes, it is able to, and with that, the Goatman only got a chip damage, and this is definitely not looking good for the Goatman, because it's considered that he missed 2 early cages, but an instant cage over there getting a hit. And now the Novelist one more hit and he's going to be going down, so you have to be very careful and have to consider how you're going to utilize both the flywheel effect and the broken windows. But Blink is going to be in play here and actually misses that, and without the flywheel effect, so it's able to last in a metaphor, but the metaphor actually occurred in a weird position there. Didn't you see that, Nyashi?
Yeah, that was such a weird cage there, but I guess it half worked, but Novelist still has the metaphor because of that cancel here. One cipher is officially popped, but 2 are well on their way here. One more chip for Baby Lee with flywheel, and again, metaphor is going to be available here.
Oh yeah, but this cage, very good from Baby Lee. Managed to find the brief gap to slide through it, and able to kite out this cage here. I feel like for BMO, like his cages were a bit inaccurate throughout this game, and Baby Lee here just completely abusing, and look, he's not even bothering to cutting towards a new area and is just going to stand by to absorb more pages for more metaphors.
Yeah, and I mean, Baby Lee is doing an amazing job, even gets the vault. They're gonna try to break this, but unfortunately, to no avail. He finally goes down, but at this point, he's managed to kite 3 ciphers, and another one is actually well on their way to hitting 50, so this is really good for the side of Wolfgang right now.
Yeah, the one thing to note is that they do not have borrowed time, so this might be a bit of an issue endgame. But moving on now, the mercenaries in the vicinity probably have to approach closer, as he does not want to get cut off here. And once again, only able to get a quarter health of damage, so this is not ideal for BMO. So BMO will be continuing to chase down Baby Lee here, as it'll be easy to eliminate endgame, seeing that he has no borrowed time. But can he though, as currently Baby Lee is just dodging around and kited out another cage. I feel like for BMO his cage placements were kind of inaccurate throughout the game, like always giving out gaps and allowing the survivors to slide through, and that's coming back to haunt him significantly.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden one cipher remains
Oh!
here. And Baby Lee
Woo!
even has a metaphor which he uses there, barely misses the tram, I believe. And so we are gonna see here Novelist is gonna go down. One saving grace right now for BMO is that Novelist does not have borrowed time. So very possible here for BMO to still play for the tie as long as he gets the down on this Novelist.
Yeah, though, let's see, the novelist does not seem a metaphor. It may have been better if they sent the Antiquarian to rescue to get the swipes and then instantly pop, but I guess they cannot afford exchanging positions. So the Magician will be on his own trying to achieve the body block. Let's see, is he able to achieve a flyover effect, going to come and play Magician, going to be coming in, looking to last it out, and with the blink, down goes the Novelist, and the Cypher is going to pop straight away. BMO looking to try and hunt down the Magician, but the Magician is already seen to be out of sight instantly, so BMO did not react fast enough to get this Magician down, and now this might even be a free escape because BMO kind of wasted too much time wandering around for the Magician, as all three survivors at the other side of the gate there, Nyashi.
Yeah, and this seems as if there's going to be already a tree escape. Darius Silva is even on the dungeon right here, so I guess they're going to get that dungeon as well. And this is really good for Wolfgang. Rarely do we have seen survivors get the tree escape in this tournament. So Wolfgang getting that tree escape. Huge lead here.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a huge lead, but hold on, my camera.
Rip camera here from Invisijong.
Yeah, my camera sometimes acting out weird, but anyway, so I guess I'll be using my profile for now. But yeah, first of all, I feel like that game, one of the things is that definitely for BMO, his cage placements were kind of inaccurate, like constantly allowing the survivors to glide through, and the Novelist kited out for like at least 3 cages over there. Like with too many resentment level gone, it's very fatal.
Yep, and this is, again, once going back there, this is actually a very big advantage here for Team Wolfgang because ES is now forced to replicate that 4 escape on their end. A tree escape, rather, on their end. And, I mean, again, as I mentioned before, at least in this tournament, we've seen more Hunter wins, I believe, than Survivor wins. And so that's going to be a tough matchup for them, at least, to potentially replicate. And, yeah, I mean, for BMO, he got way too tunnel vision. I think he also just made a lot of panic cages. It's just a bit off, and then it would have been, like, at least pallet blocked or a window blocked, but instead it's just a bit off so the Novelist can still like kite his way through. And that actually kind of became a concern for BMO, but now ES's side hoping to get a tree escape. Meanwhile, for Wolfgang, a tie is enough.
Yeah, the other thing that we should note is that when the Cyber, like here he got the blink to ensure the Novelist goes down as the Novelist did not have borrowed time, which does make sense, but after that, he marched around for the chair too long trying to find a Magician, but the Magician already dashed far away out of sight the moment the ciphers are popped, and he wasted a good near 10 seconds trying to find a Magician, which gave enough time for the gate to be popped. If he was like more decisive and instantly chair, then there's no way that the gate will have been popped in time, and then he can like go after the gate and either like go for the gate there, and then he will have at least managed to get one more. Him wasting time endgame was just talk about adding salt into the wound there, Nyashi.
Yeah, it's just very unfortunate. I think BMO was forced at a really bad situation. I mean, he needed to try and play for at least tie there when he was kind of getting kited a lot in that early game, and I think that nerves got to him. He didn't realize what was the play for him, and also I actually think the Novelist died at a pretty decent area because I mean we saw how the Novelist died inside that pallet window there, so the nearest chair is actually relatively far away from him, and I think they would have opened the gate on time, even with the way they have shared this, or even with the novelist going down with the blink. But yeah, I mean, ES, very unfortunate tree escape, but again, all hope is not lost. They could still get a tree escape. They can even play for a 4 escape if they believe they have what it takes, but definitely something to consider here.
One thing that I should note is that definitely for this game, ES definitely wants to bring the forward. Or rather, like, harassers, because one thing we note is that one of the reasons why survivors can come back for a free escape in this meta is because the introduction, or rather the reintroduction of harassers, such as the Forward, the Antiquarian, or maybe the Enchantress. Like, these are all decent harassers that are possible to be played in this meta and in this round and now. So I feel like it's entirely possible for these picks to be making an appearance, because the thing with Hula Baloo and Goatman is that they're chasing a very strong, that will be very hard for the first kite to be decent enough for a free escape, so they're going to be needing the support to assist them out.
Yeah, but now we're going to be heading right into the ban picks here, as we are going to be seeing ES now on that survivor end, hoping to get a tree escape or more, as they actually pick up the Novelist and the Knight.
Yep, Novelist and Knight over here, like, not too surprising, survivors you expect, like, more field control. Mechanic is gone because I feel like this is leaning Goatman. Goatman does not like the mechanic at all. But for the survivors part, like, I think they can do something such as like Forward and Psychologist. Just like, Forward just to like battle, and Psychologist to like sort of like give the Forward a room of error and a long range heal up.
Yep, and I mean, for the composition here of ES, it's actually very support heavy, even though they don't have a harasser. And oh my goodness, we are seeing Lucky Guy come out here, and that's actually a very interesting pick. I don't even think this is the first Lucky Guy we've seen this tournament, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, this is not the first Lucky Guy. Like, per my memory, there's already some Lucky Guy picks over here. And Lucky Guy, like, normally they pick to play him as a mini mechanic alongside with the flare gun and everything. Like, I see the purpose, but without a harasser, I feel like this might be a still bit of an issue if they really want a 3 or 4-man escape.
Yeah, on the other hand, I guess Lucky Guy pick does give them some of that decoding speed back. And I mean, they already have so much supports here on their end, so maybe they don't think the harasser is necessary to actually get the win here, as I mean, with Novelist, with Knight, with Priestess, I mean, so much characters that can give the necessary support here for the survivors. And for Lucky Guy, his goal is just to try to last as long as possible if he does get chased, and if he doesn't, he has the mechanic doll to speed that decoding up.
Yeah, so one thing I just want to note, interesting person name from the Novelist.
Trash. Damn, I wonder what that
refers to.
That the build is. I'm gonna pray to God it's not like a no snowflake build or something,
And
that would be very, accurate to the name.
anyways, moving on Ghostman's selection to no one's surprise here. Let's see, gonna have the spawn T selection we normally expect for Goldman. Oh, actually, going to be spawning next to both the Priestess and the Novelist. I think ideally for Ghostman, he would want to chase after the Lucky Guy for 2 reasons. One is to prevent the Lucky Guy on being like a mini mechanic, and second of all is to prevent the Lucky Guy from pulling out too many items in the first place. With this spawn, he probably will have to go after the Novelist, which has an opportunity to cut him out. But remember, Goldman here only needs to play for a tie with the performance of the survivors just now.
Yeah, he can also opt to potentially go for Priestess. Priestess has 6-9 here, and Priestess, if he tries to use the portals towards middle, would go disrupt Knight Cypher and even that Lucky Guy Cypher. So, a bunch of options here for Goatman. All he needs to do, though, is to choose a scenario in which he'll get a tie, or potentially more, at least to give their team the chance to officially qualify.
Oh yeah. or to like qualify it right now, because if not tonight, then they'll have to wait for quite some time to like wait for the last life and death match, and I don't think any team wants to be in this situation. Anyways, this is going to be game 3 of the day. We're going to be having Wolfgang's Hunter versus ESS Survivor with your caster Invisible Jung and Yashi. Alright, we're moving the game. Sode Macomb will be heading straight towards ES's Priestess, but actually manages to cut the Priestess portal off midway. I feel like the Priestess was not cautious enough of that, and as a result, right early in the game, she's already in a very bad situation. I feel like she definitely should have like walked closer towards the wall, because now the Priestess was actually strong against the Goldman, but something different happened entirely here, Nyashi.
Yeah, and keep in mind, ES has to play for the tree escape, so Kao needs to kite for as long as possible here, even though he's already injured. But immediately the down comes up here, and all of a sudden, from a playing for a tree escape here, they already have a survivor chaired with less than like 50% of all their ciphers.
Yeah, like considering the fact that the survivors need a free escape, this is not ideal at all. As now the survivors need to do a lot of things, and the lucky guy getting cut off with it even not more ideal, because there goes the flare gun excitement negates it, and with the hit the lucky guy cannot rescue. But I just now saw that both the knight and the novelist are still decoding, but there's no way the lucky guy can pull this one off. But actually there's no resentment level. He can still pull this one off though, unless he gets a terror shot, which is not going to happen. But even if he still pulls off the rescues, still the survivors are massive. The ciphers are massively behind.
Yep, and I believe that's going to be another down here from Kao, as I believe Lucky Guy might actually be stuck within this graveyard. I know, actually, I think he's just going to chair, and, Lucky Guy's just going to immediately leave the vicinity. We are going to see Novelist is going to try and make his way to the rescue. One good thing about this chair for the Goatman is kind of just the places or the areas in which these survivors can kind of go through are very limited, because you have to go through this very open space here where the Goatman can kind of just see where you're immediately coming from. That's going to be the case here. Tramp's even going to block this Novelist away, so the question is, what can you really do? You do have a book to use, and he immediately uses it.
Metaphor.
Somehow actually through the wall there, but he is going to get the down on the Priestess. Ty Turner's going to give some more time, but keep in mind, for WG, all they need is a tie.
Yeah, they're massively ahead right now, and currently, like, the chances of ES Survivor trying to get a free escape is like almost equivalent to little than none, considering how much room they need to cover. Sode Macomb here wanted to use the cage to get closer, but actually ended up blocking himself away, so that's unfortunately a bit of a waste of resentment level just there. But so this is unfortunate for Sode Macomb, but now all he has to do is to find a survivor and target him for good, and it might even be the lucky guy, because the lucky guy has no items to work with and no borrowed time as well.
Lucky Guy did get a perfume, which could be crucial to stall a bit more time. Knight is here giving Tinnitus. He's at 2-story right now, and I believe Novelist trying to find a ciphers. One is going to get caught here in this game.
Oh, yeah. Yep, excitement. Let's see. Go for the swing if you're able to. And blocks off the window. Knight doesn't have much more places to go at this point. And actually tries to use a tactical foresight, but unfortunately for him, Sode Macomb hit the swing button first, so the knight will be chaired, and the survivors need to send someone else to come in and rescue. And the ciphers are they're still massively behind. There's still like one whole cipher in terms of progress that is scattered apart. So the survivors are not in a good position to get all three out.
Yeah, and this is looking really bad right now for the survivors. Novelist is going to be able to get this rescue here, but Knight, with only one more tactical foresight to use, he's even going to switch to Fu here, who does not have his metaphor ready right now. He is going to go for the flywheel, does manage to get a flywheel and go true, but I believe sooner or later he is going to go down, and that's going to be the case right here.
Yup, the question though is that the lucky guy will have to come in now, but can even the lucky guy pull off the rescue? Because he is not like completely full health. Though fortunately the lucky guy does have a perfume to use, so can still try and pull off the rescue. But as I said, with the idols dwindling down from the survivors, so then Macomb just needs to target the lucky guy, and then it'll be very hard for them to play for a 3-man escape endgame.
Yeah, and he's actually gonna catch this lucky guy very early. He is gonna use the perfume quite early on. He's gonna try to stall here, but I believe he's just gonna hit the lucky guy right there.
Oh, I should go back for a novelist. But Novelist does have metaphor, but excitement is going to break that metaphor. So Sodi Macomb's choice to bring in excitement is like relatively effective, though it was outside of cage, so still need to wait for a bit as the lucky guy broke the cage there. And that's one of the weaknesses of Ghostman, but oh, misses the swing there. So the Fu wants to stay alive, but unfortunately not able to. And with that down, now who is going to come in to rescue? That's the question.
Knight can consider maybe trying to go for the rescue here, but he actually has the last cipher, so I'm not sure how that's going to work here. We are going to see Lucky Guy is going to be able to pop this cipher, put them at last cipher remaining, but they need to rescue this novelist if they want a chance to win here. We are going to see here Dung is going to try to go towards middle here. He's going to get caught by this Goldman, and time is ticking. ES needs to make a decision to try and rescue the survivor, but instead they're just decoding here. One is going to get the flywheel off. The lucky guy is probably going to try to make a run for it, but I think it might just be too late. I think that is Novelist officially saying their dues. That's going to be a goodbye for the Novelist. Rocket Chair does go off. We do see Tactical Foresight goes very well for Knight, but with those two players eliminated, that's actually already a win for Wolfgang.
Yeah, congratulations to Wolfgang going to be advancing. Let's see how the game plays off, and there we have it. Lucky Guy is going to go down, and Knight is the only one left. So then Macomb can just cheer because he already won. He can just play around the Knight. The Knight having no more tactical foresight here, so Knight can't really do much at this point of time apart from chilling around. And yep, Knight got found, nowhere to go. Oh, misses the swing. Knight is definitely wanting to kite this one out, but there is the blink.
Yeah, I believe this is it. That is going to be a 4K from Wolfgang. I mean, Lucky Guy can try to go for the self-heal here. Is that actually a flashlight from Lucky Guy? I believe so. He is going to get this self-heal here, so everything is not over for ES, but sooner or later, I believe they're going to actually get this rescue here, but no Terror Shock comes into play, and that's going to be an unfortunate end here for ES. GG's to Wolfgang for qualifying here with an amazing 4K from their Gobin.
Yup, amazing 4K, and honestly, like the Priestess getting that first hit definitely ruined their plans. In theory, Priestess is actually very good against the Goatman, but the issue with the Priestess is that her getting cut off with the portal while placing portal there was detrimental. Maybe, as I said just now, she just stuck closer towards the wall and react the moment there is a cage on her, because her reaction is probably like slower, and that costed her significantly.
Yep, and for Wolfgang, that's going to be it. That is their qualification spot, so good job on them. And for ES, on the other hand, it's not yet over. They can still try and get that last qualification spot, but one more loss from them, and they might just fall short of it.
Yeah, like there's still a last chance for ES, but their chances are dwindling down. That's the thing with Swizz, is that it's either 3 wins or 3 losses. 2 wins are not gonna do you good here. But first of all, Wolfgang definitely happy that they advanced, and look at this. There we have it. We already have managed to fight out the next 3 teams joining in the top 8. They're HLT, FCMN, and Wolfgang here in the 3-1 pool, just happily seeing the yay, we advance. Meanwhile, there's still like so many teams, like 3 more matches, 9 teams still fighting for the 3-2 as the qualification spots are dwindling down.
Yeah, and that's going to be the main question here for the other teams. There is going to be 3 other matches here later tonight, and for some of them, that's a chance to maybe try and get their last bid on a qualifier slot, but for others, it may officially be the end of their journey here in this championship battle. Later on, we're going to see MTLS, Gao versus Boone, and I believe 2GT versus...
PDD.
Yes.
Yeah, we
PPD.
still have a lot to cover through tonight. As we said, this will be a long night tonight, so this is why I brought the shades here, just to make like the stream watching more fun, just to see Jung with the shades, and who knows, maybe I'll wear them in IMR, in my tournament IMR as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to just go back to the teams that have qualified. I mean, I'm really, you know what, I'm sorry, I might be a bit biased. FCMN is definitely my favorite team to have qualified. They are the Sculptor main. Shout out to the Sculptor mains out there. And
hi, I made oops.
But also,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but also 3 more slots here for these teams. So again, it's not over for all these teams. It's not over for ES. It's not over for CC. It's not over for NE from a while ago. And it's definitely not over for the other 6 teams we'll be seeing later. But definitely the end is getting closer and closer for them. So they need to clutch it up here.
Yep, so we're going to head into the pause real quick. And we'll see everyone after the breaks in a bit. Well, I assume you have to go because you cannot stay for the next one, probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna be dead ass, Jung. The stream on Discord is lagging like crazy. I was going through the code. You see how like I was speaking a lot less? It's because every time it just like lags, and I'm like, what am I supposed to say? I need to make something up.
I guess that's the issue here. Alright, Sin, you're back up.
Because I think you
hello.
have 2 different devices, right? Yeah.
Alright, Nyashi, you're free to go now.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna head out.
Alright.
Oh my god, I missed that FCMN. I'm so sad. Wait, I'm gonna stay
missed it.
here since I don't have to immediately leave yet.
Yeah, okay, I'll grab some water, I'll be back.
Oh my god, I missed out the FCMN match. Peter's team lost to a Galatea. They know Peter's name in Twitter, Galatea fan, which is so funny. I was so dead. Oh my god, it's insane how that happened. Did the Peter guy play? Oh, okay, he didn't. He played a meta hunter. Little loser. Sorry.
No, it was all. Apart from that Galatea, it was all meta today.
Oh. How did the Galatea? I'm actually gonna watch this.
4
I'm gonna
man.
speed it up a bit. Yeah. I'm gonna speed it up a bit.
4 men because of.
They failed rescue. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh my god. Oh, this is so foul. I feel offended. I feel offended watching this. Oh my god, they can't even decode ciphers. They're not even getting the ciphers decoded. Oh, and the Lisu also fails the rescue. I'm done. This guy's crazy, dog. Holy, what a 4K. What a 4K, actually. FCMN, that is my goats right there. That is the team I hope to win. We saw that there's a Dream Witch match. I just saw.
No, there wasn't.
There was.
There's, yeah.
We saw TNE. And they got absolutely flamed, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was drinking water.
Nyashi.
Hi guys, for seconds.
Nyashi.
Hello.
Alright, my head out.
Alright, we're back. So first of all, let's quickly do some adjustments back, shall we? So, Nyashi, goodbye. Hello, Sin.
Nope, now I am Nashi.
No, your name will get changed.
No, I'm back.
Yep. So yeah, thank you, Nyashi,
Okay.
for doing that round for us. And now Sin is back, as we are going to be moving on. And yeah, this time let me cut to them straight away, as I don't want to miss the introductions anymore. So
There we go.
yeah, so actually now that we've seen 3, 2 to 1, we're gonna be moving on to the 1 to 2 brackets for the night. And for the 1 to 2 brackets, it's going to be more like harder for these teams here because they need to win the match now to stay alive, and also the match tomorrow. And as I mentioned, that's the difference between 2 to 1 and 1 to 2. And for match trollers here, we have Real Noob, Kizun Noob, Kawan Noob, Fang Nao, Ko Prof JP, Duck Noob, and Aldo here, which is the Mad Trollers, one of the teams who are in 1 to 2, like not in the best position right now. And moving on to LS. Sin, go ahead.
Yeah. For LS, we have, I think I've done LS a bunch of times before, but we have High Story, Dory, Tekyono, Ijitao, Sunflower, Butterfly Evil, and Sherbak.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, you may have done that a bunch of times, but oh well. So yeah, moving on to now. So first of all, like we've already established that 2 to 1, they do not want to fall down to here, but 1 to 2 is different, entirely different story. For 1 to 2, they must win. If they do not win, they are out. And if they win this match, they save the other match. Because as we saw at that seed bracket earlier, we only have 3 spots of chance remaining here. So we definitely do not, the teams here definitely want to fight and stay alive. And if they have any more tricks, they should pull it out now.
Yeah, if they want to do anything here, and now would be the time, honestly. To hell with saving strategies like the usual thing in tournaments. Now I think now it'd be nice to pull out every single one of their stops, and for the first bans we're already seeing Priestess be the first ban on Red Church, and honestly that's fair. Even though it's a much smaller map, Priestess is still very much so a threat on maps like Red Church. Seer is the first pick to counter that Priestess ban, and they're picking Lawyer.
Yeah, I was just trying to check who was in the chat just now. So, hi Astra, hi LY Nagyun, Connor Burtis, and Lila. A couple of names here. So, okay, moving on. Seer and Lawyer. I wonder what does this Lawyer pick mean, because we don't normally see Lawyer every day. And Magician, and if it's gonna be a Gardener, it will be very interesting, because this seems to be like the back to the veterans type. But let's see. Yeah. Magician definitely is in the meta. Novelist. Yeah, Novelist actually is decent against the Goatman. Like, we actually seen that happen a couple of times by now, the Novelist kiting out the Goatman. So it's not surprising that it gets chosen a lot.
Yeah, this is honestly a more decent spread. It's not just aiming to target Goatman, but also aiming to target other ones that are rather scared of Cypher Rush. Unlike the weakness of Mechanic against hunters like Opera Singer with the slow vault speed and the bot that she has to account for, Lawyer is able to actually kite, and because of the the old adjustments, and because Seer can essentially make anyone a 3-hit as long as they pull it off correctly. It's gonna be really tanky against both Opera Singer and Goatman, but maybe even a threat possibly even against Hullabaloo, depending on how the others play.
Yep. I mean, anything is possible here though. So yeah. Oh, I'm just liking this BGM. Anyways. Moving on, we've seen a lot of Goatman for tonight. Let's see, will this be more Goatman? Or will we see other? Like, we've seen like 6 matches so far tonight. And apart from one Dream Witch and one Galatea, it's Goatman. Oh my goodness, Sin, what on earth is this? Please tell me this is real, because if it is, oh my goodness, it's real, then I'm so excited to see Axeboy in play. I've actually played Axeboy for quite some time, for a period. And he's kind of fun to play, especially after his rework. But I do see that...
Yeah, Axeboy? Yep, continue.
But I do see that there may be an issue is that the Magician's illusions can sort of like evade out the Axeboy's Phantom Souls. And also the Novelist can also swap midway. Can also use Metaphor midway to negate the Phantom Souls. So it'll be kind of hard for the Axeboy to use the Phantom Souls to like knock the survivors down if they are aware.
Yeah, it's fine, but also the Phantom Souls, and rather than aiming for using Phantom Souls as essentially an attack,
it's called the Spell Souls, by the way.
The Axeboy could also.
Yeah,
the soul. The Axeboy could also just use his souls to bait out a utility, and then use his first presence, which is the road, to actually catch back up to them, which is another thing that Novelist does. Like, even though he gains that small distance, it's no use once Axeboy gets his first presence up.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. So, moving on, like the Dispel Souls is going to be kind of hard to hit though, and oh my gosh, why does it keep popping up? Yeah, so first, and also added the fact that there's a Seer in this game, the Seer can use the owl to block an extra hit, and this is going to be adding salt into the wound because Axeboy also needs to down summon fast early game, because early game is one of the things where Axeboy struggles the most, and it's also the one thing that this team is very, very strong against. So if we're talking about paper terms, Axeboy does have quite an uphill battle here.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty difficult for him to get his first down and to set his flow, but once he does, it's extremely possible for Axeboy to snowball, because that is one of his specialties. Snowballing once he has his full presence is on a map so small as Red Church will be a pretty decent thing to rely on here. We're actually gonna see a pause first, and if we look at the map, while the pause is happening, if we look at the map, it's on Seer, but because the Seer is on Broken, it's gonna be really difficult for him to properly set up the area. There's a chance that the Axeboy could actually ruin this area for him, although transitioning would be possible with the Owl.
Yeah, oh my gosh, why does the Rampu keep popping up? Anyways, yeah, like I agree with you there. Like the Seer top broken areas is one of the weaker areas in Red Church for the survivors to kite around, especially before the survivors even have a chance to set this one up. So here, like Tao probably can only break the pallet, play around it, and then instantly leave, because he definitely does not want to kite there for long. And I think here, depending on the direction, he'll have to kite his way towards the red carpet. But yeah, because like based on the direction the Axeboy is heading, I don't think Tao will be having a chance to kite towards the middle brokens, so he can only kite his way towards the red carpet, which is also one of the weaker areas of this map.
Okay, we're actually back into the commentator screen. So
I won't swap.
Regarding what else Axeboy could do, if Axeboy can manage to force out the owl, he could. No, it's still a rather difficult down to go up against Seer first chase, but the others are not much better. With Magician, he could risk getting kited for even longer because of the wands. So I think this will end up being a rather long first kite, but there's no other way around it for the Axeboy here.
Yeah, especially the fact that Axeboy brought Peepers. Like, Peepers is good to like seal off areas and to make him stronger, but the downside of that is that his ability to end the survivor in half health will be much weaker because he does comparing to Blink. So this might be an issue. So with Peepers, it really like it's just a real test of how good are Axeboy's souls. If Axeboys are very accurate and get the pull off every time, it might be a different story. But like this is a Seer, and a Seer can tank an extra hit, so this might be a bit of a hassle.
Correct, yeah, we're just gonna see how well the Axeboy can utilize the Peepers to actually land successful souls here, because that'll be useful since we're up against the Seer and not up against one of the ones that have movement relating ones,
back.
like the Magician and the Novelist. Alright, we're back. And yeah, the Axeboy is gonna go after the Seer here, and he does end up giving the Seer enough time to actually get both of the windows down, but amazing movement from the Seer here, actually able to avoid the soul that first appears when the tree pops down, is forced to use his owl so early, but still being able to prevent the Axeboy from using a soul so early into the match is gonna be really useful for him.
I'm gonna say this now, Axeboy is going to have a massive struggle here. Oh! I should not have said anything. I should not have said anything.
Perhaps it's the commentator's curse.
Okay, because first of all, like the reason why I was feeling Axeboy would struggle there was because with like the windows being broken and also Axeboy having no confined space. In theory, like Axeboy does not like getting looped around in window areas. Like that's his biggest weak point. So I felt like the seer could have carried this out a bit, but Axe Boy actually had a beautiful usage of like the souls over there, blocking off like scaring and threatening the seer to not vault, which gave him enough distance to go for that swing, and seer being greedy there came back to haunt it. But we are in the rescue now, but Axboy extended a bit too much and ended up getting that slam, but still another
shock
instant
once
down.
more.
Yeah, terror shock, because I just noticed there is no tide turner in this team comms in.
Yeah, and the fact that there's no tide turner makes all of these rescues really unstable, and like even though that was a no-hit rescue, the terror shock essentially negates the impact of a no-hit rescue on the presence of the Robbie here. Now he is only one hit away from getting his full presence. The roots, the slowed roots after the tree, which will make it incredibly difficult for the rescue to happen afterwards. Oh, watch out. The novelist has to watch out here. There's a purple soul, and he does get hit.
Yup. Yeah, and the current thing is that Axboy charge out because the survivors never send someone to rescue. But if you want to sell, you should have sent someone to like sort of hang out nearby to threaten the Axboy and not allow the Axboy to just chase someone like that. The novelist is in grave danger right now in half health. Like, I don't think he will be able to kite for long here. He definitely wants to stay alive, but Kearney, has Metaphor back, but able to swap in the nick of time. But there is one more, so Leslie can make through this pallet. This might be life or day. Made through the pallet. This novelist definitely does not want to give up here, Sin.
Yeah, this novelist here is actually barely making it through. But now that the Axe Boy this is a pretty bad palette for the novelist to be at, but if he unfortunately misses the soul here, which will extend the kite for I predict another 10, even 20, and no, never mind, he gets himself stuck out in the open and goes down.
Yeah, though he goes down, the novelist definitely brought way a significant enough of time for them to try and play for the ciphers to be enough, because look at this, the last cipher is only 50%. Though the issue, though, is that the export can now chase the survivors off the cipher, as this is within disruption range, and the magician ends up giving that free hit. The magician will have to get out, as no one wants to go down here, but magician cannot afford to go down here. Use illusion. There's the phantom soul, misses the phantom soul, and exploit is able to get the down there. So this is actually still in the exploit's favor, because the magician retreats it too late from that cipher. You do not want to go down to the, next to the last cipher.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the soul got stuck on the magician's illusion, but another thing is that he wasn't able to actually stuff the rescue using the soul because he wasn't looking at the chair when he set down the tree. But now that he has another soul circling around the tree, it should be possible for him to try and stuff up a rescue. With accelerated decoding, the cipher is going to go up pretty fast. Perhaps the survivors can just buy time for an after half.
Yeah, definitely can. And the hunter knows it. That's why he's going to go back to chase Taekwon off the cipher. Now, this might be a bit of a back and forth situation, so let's see. As long as he gets someone down, it still works. But unfortunately for him, Novelist exited the tree area without having any souls on him, so this might be a bit of an issue. As ideally, the Axboy wants to have someone on the chair by trying to get a soul cam endgame, but this may seem unlikely at this point. Watch out, one more soul.
Although there are a lot of souls just around here with a purple soul. Unfortunately, missing the cycle time for it, but perhaps he'll get another chance here.
Gone.
It's circling back around soon. No, it still has one more second, and now. No, he just prefers to use it for the speed boost. Although, look at both of the ciphers. Now they have two prime ciphers that they're just simply choosing to pop instead.
Yeah, and Hunter using Peeper there is equivalent to that he does not want to try and go for a win anymore and wants to take this tie as the illusion. But there we have it. There goes the down. And even if he chairs the magician, even if he had trump card, it was still been a tie, and he does not even have trump card anyways. So with that, this is going to be a tie, which is acceptable for both ends. Though the question is now back onto the LSS Hunter versus MT Survivor to determine the difference. Oh my.
With that tie, honestly, we're back in the same situation where it's lenient in regards to both. It's lenient, more lenient towards the survivor side because again, ties are much easier to obtain compared to three escapes, but also at the same time, it's not as bad for the hunters because there's not getting three kills is still rather difficult, but because of how IDV tends to be more hunter based nowadays with the the hunter meta, they might have to go up again. The survivors might have to prepare for counters against certain hunters, not just Goatman, but other strong tie to win hunters.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the other thing though, like I think like this meta is more of a balanced meta than hunter-sided, like as we see in IVL and IJL, which are occurring at this point of time. The one thing that we should note though is that because these are amateur teams, and normally from amateur teams the survivor coordination would not be that as great as the professional teams, so meaning that's more or less hunter-sided here. And the exploit pick just now, even though he got the terror shock, unfortunately he got kited out by the novelist in mid-kite because the middle brokens was a hard area for the exploit to chase someone down in. Because exploit does not like areas with too many pallets or windows, and the mid brokens being very pallet concentrated definitely showcase like how the exploit struggled to get someone down fast and gave enough room for the survivors to play for a tie.
Honestly.
Yeah, so moving on for Team LS, this is a red church. We've seen a lot of Goldman. Maybe we can see some Hula Baloo, or funnily enough, we have not seen Hula Baloo or Opera Singer tonight, and it'll be cool if we get to see more non-meta hunters. And I'm actually wondering what non-meta hunters would we potentially be seeing too, back in the game.
Yeah, there's a chance that we're gonna see other non-meta hunters here. If you had to pick which non-meta hunter you would prefer to see now, which would you like to see?
For those of you who remember what my profile picture was, I think that answers it. Yeah,
honestly.
Wu Chang. But Wu Chang, not quite. Oh, we're back. Hold on, let me swap the screens real quick. Yeah, so there we have it. Prospector gonna get rid of straight away, but Prospector, that means that we probably are seeing hunters with more stunning abilities if they do not like the anti-stun.
Yeah, if they don't like the anti-stun, it's specifically Prospector though, compared to any other stronger like harassers here. So we might see an and. This really is leading up to a disciple pick here.
Oh, I mean, it's still relatively early, so it's hard to tell, but look at this. Mantrolls brought the Cowboy, and the Cowboy is actually pretty strong in the red church in theory, having the having the church corner and having a whole time to harass someone off. But the downside with that is Goatman shuts that down with the help of his cages.
Yeah, so this doesn't seem very much like a Goatman pick because Goatman does counter both Prospector and First Officer, as we've seen previously with just how unlucky the synergy is with the First Officer Pocket Watch range, and how Prospector's magnets, if not played correctly, can actually end up working against you. We're gonna see them Knight and Acrobat instead, which I wonder what kind of synergy or hunter they're trying to counter with this. It seems like they're trying to go for transitional kiting style with the Cowboy and the Acrobat, and the Knight is there for the rescue, and the Psychologist is just there to be tanky, of course.
Yeah, I think the Cowboy will definitely be one of the shining stars of the game, with harassing and all, but the Hunter can definitely pick not Hula Baloo, pick the Goldman here because Goldman enclosure cages also sort of negates the Cowboy's lasso because you lasso over the hunter and yet you're still within range. And also, if the Cowboy tries to harass someone off the red church corner, the hunter can just easily drop a cage and then pass through it and go outside, and there won't be much the Cowboy can do at that situation. So let's see, would back here be picking the Goldman, but because Goldman is also such a win hunter, and considering that LS only needs a Freeman elimination to get the win here.
Yeah, now that it's one more persona for the survivors to lock. We're seeing Psychologist's persona name is 3-9, and the rest are rather difficult to interpret, but a Psychologist on 3-9, honestly, she's not on double kite persona. Night Watch. Honestly, Night Watch is the king of ties nowadays, but also against this specific team comp, I'm not sure how that would work out.
Well, first of all, I'll say this. Night Watch is actually decent against the Knight, because the thing is that the Knight can block out someone's ability, but Night Watch having the abilities can easily negate the Knight if he tries to guess normal attack. Though the thing is that Night Watch doesn't have too many ways to deal with the Cowboy corner in this map, unless he goes and chases the Cowboy down fast. But the Cowboy having the ability to self-protect himself, it might be hard, so I can see a potential of, after getting hit with Tide Turner, they're gonna dash straight to the corner and then play the Cowboy trick. Also, there's no Tide Turner, I just realized.
Yeah, without Tide Turner and actually going to be chasing Psychologist first, that means one of their two consistent rescuers is gonna be vulnerable, and after Psychologist goes down, Knight is the only one that can rescue without too much trouble. Cowboy still has the possibility of using lasso, but without a second person to distract the hunter, it's much more difficult to pull off.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely agree with that. So now that yeah, I feel like having no Tide Turner might backfire on this team significantly, though, meaning that they cannot bring away from decoded ciphers, and this might give the ciphers an entire standstill, considering that once like if someone gets found, there's a chance for them to get farmed off the chair. So I'm not sure what exactly is this team aiming with no Tide Turner, but maybe they're very confident. And anyways, I'm your caster, Invisible Jong. Joined by me is Sin, and we'll be bringing you into Day 7, Game 4 of Mad Trollers vs LS. Yep, let's just wait.
It's taking a while, but honestly,
oh, this BGM is definitely good. All right, moving on.
there it is.
Her back's going to be entering
yeah.
the game right now, and yeah, I'll check what the ability name is called. But going to be heading straight towards, let's see, is that the Psychologist? But the Psychologist, being a tanky survivor and all, can last for free hits, and Night Watch also does not like in transitional kite too much. Seeing there's a bit of distance, he's gonna head straight for the Acrobat, who does have a couple of bombs to work with.
He does have a slow bomb to work with, but unfortunately fails the mind game. Takes his first hit super early on. The ciphers aren't even at 20% on each. And with one charge, using the charge on the pallet here, and loses sight temporarily of the Acrobat, but is back on him. He's forced to walk over the bomb, but still that's fine, because against Night Watch, against this area, he's just gonna end up spamming pallets.
Yeah, but the thing is that Night Watch has Blink though, and the Acrobat does have a flywheel, so let's see, can the Acrobat use the flywheel to negate that? Blank, flywheel, but unfortunately still have a speed boost, and there we have it. Acrobat being downed only like 1.5 cipher in the game, and the other issue we're having here, there's no tide turner, so the acrobat might get farmed off the chair because the acrobat only has one more bomb to work with, and without tide turner they cannot even play the cowboy trick in this map, so this might be an issue.
Yeah, without a tide turner, this is gonna be very difficult for them to pull off. We're seeing Knight actually be the one they're sending for a rescue, which makes sense because Psychologist is way too far to actually rescue right now, and Knight is still rather strong. Rather than body blocking, he's just gonna let the Acrobat go to Kite. But is this the best decision? As we've seen, he already used all 3 of his balls and hasn't
Cowboy.
only just now managed to get up his red ball. Cowboy is right there, but Basement,
Can
will
he
he be
lasso?
able to do it?
Can he lasso? That's the question, but hold on. Gonna go after the Cowboy now. Let's see. Cowboy use up the fly effect, so he's actually in a bit of a dangerous situation. Lasso through. Yep, is able to get the lasso through, but oh! This Cowboy actually doing a very good job snaking around, just avoiding getting hit entirely, and this might buy some enough time for the Acrobat to self-heal, or rather, it seems that the Acrobat wants to die closer towards the window, because I think here it's very easy for
No,
the
here I
Acrobat to
think he
struggle
just wants
free.
he just wants to get
Yeah,
distance to
struggle free.
prevent the hunter from actually getting in straight into the basement right away. That struggle works,
Oh,
and
missed bomb.
nope, he actually manages to get the bomb right over the window, and because of its placement, it manages to block him off, although it doesn't end up being worth much, and he goes down right outside. But at least now, instead of being by the basement, he's outside and in a place where the Cowboy can actually rescue some. After being healed by the Psychologist, the Knight will actually have to come in instead to rescue.
Yeah, because the thing is that Cowboy cannot come and harass, so the Knight has to come in. And the downside amongst all that is that he chased 2 survivors, got chased off the ciphers because of the Psychologist's long range heal. And the Knight has a possibility of getting cut off here, so let's see. Oh, tactical foresight, able to get the first guess. Is he able to get the second one? This is going to be close. Not able to. The Knight is going to get rescued, but this time there's no shield, so there's a possibility of the Acrobat to get farmed off the chair, or rather, just get the hit onto the Knight first and then go after the Acrobat. Who has a blink? Let's see, blink through, and there goes it down. So this is not looking good. The Cowboy is still here though, but the Cowboy's in half health, so he has to be very careful.
This is actually not bad. The
Oh!
Nightwatch is forcing the Acrobat in the basement, even though this is his last chair. He's actually realizing that and is going back outside
Oh!
rather than into the basement. Although the Acrobat is able to struggle free because he was forced to be put down a while ago. Is that a will to survive? I'm not sure if that's will to survive. That is will to survive because they were expecting this with the Cowboy.
Yeah, this is possibly what they're aiming for. The Cowboy's here though, and time is running out, misses the swing, so I feel like this would be like the it for the Cowboy. The Cowboy will be sent back to the manor. It was unfortunate, a couple more seconds that could have changed entirely, but now we're going to be approaching endgame here, and with all 3 survivors remaining, and currently, as we recall, it's going to be a tie, so ideally Nightwatch needs to get at least 1 more, though it doesn't seem too hard in theory, though.
Yeah, in theory, now that Knight has no more tactical foresights, yeah, he should be able to get a terror shock right there and able to go right back onto the. No, he always prefer to choose a chair first, and even with 2 charges, there's a high chance that this will end up being a tie because of Cowboy. Cowboy can simply lasso the Psychologist back and they'll be out.
Yep, and with that, this will be a tie, which means that we are going to be heading into extra round. And honestly, considering how good of a start that the Nightwatch had, the Cowboys harassing definitely gave a bit of a trouble. So I feel like the Cowboy definitely is one of the key points of how that start did not end in a 3-4 man, though I do feel like...
We're muted. We've been muted the entire... Did you intentionally keep
Oh
us
my
muted?
goodness. I know I would forgotten something. Wait, let me check.
I think we were muted the entire time. apologize. Unfortunately, we
Well, basically we've
forgot
been
to
muted the
unmute
entire
ourselves.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so basically just now, like throughout the entire game, I was just trying to talk about the kiting and how well did the cowboy play that one out. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh.
Bless you.
Sorry?
Bless you.
Okay.
And anyways,
Yeah,
yeah.
that match, honestly, I think the Acrobat's will to survive, paired alongside with the Cowboy, was actually one of the keys here. If it was any of the other survivors who might not have had the persona will to survive, this might have ended differently, especially in front of that one chair where he managed to struggle just in the nick of time.
Yeah, him managing to struggle free a couple of times there definitely is one of the key, because I felt like if the Acrobat did not struggle down that one last time, like they're three survivors in half health, and the Night Watch knows where the last survivor is, it could have ended in a disaster. But that will to survive definitely bought enough time that almost got them a free escape. Almost. But unfortunately the last time the Night Watch managed to predict when the cat will lasso, and that was it for the time.
Yup, even though the Night Watch was able to evade all of the lassos, it's still unfortunate that, again, the will to survive forced the hunter to put the Acrobat down multiple times, and then that resulted in the struggle, and pair that alongside with all of the consistent rescues, and none of them were able, because of Night Watch's weakness against camping. His preference would be to roam around and try to cut the survivor off, maybe get some distance and pull them away from the chair, but because of how small and sectioned off Red Church is, that just isn't possible for him.
Yeah, maybe another thing the Night Watch could have tried is that during the second rescue, when the night was coming, maybe he could have tried to like cut him off, or no, I mean rather like go for a farm and to not allow the Acrobat to enter the church entirely. Then this would be dependent on if he could get the farm, because if he got the farm, then this would ruin the survivor's plan, and there was no way that cowboy trick could have worked. So moving on, we're heading into extra time. Like, this is definitely a very close game, which is why, like, because as I said, both teams do not want to get eliminated at this point of time. So we can see them throwing all their punches right now.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing this overtime, and this is honestly, it's surprising that our first overtime match of the night is 4 out of 6 matches in. Eventually this was gonna happen, but I'm surprised it's happened so late, considering our contenders are really higher up on the bracket right now.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, but considering that they are 1-1 right now, and the team that loses this would be eliminated, I feel like anything can happen. So I won't say surprised, but I'll just say that anything is possible here, as these are the more middle of the team brackets, meaning that they are more like closer towards each other in terms of skill.
Yup, absolutely. And now let's just wait until we should probably just wait until the band picks for the next match starts.
Nah, we probably don't know when, so let's just chat for a bit. But honestly, as I said, we have like 6 BO1s for the night. There's a reason why why like I told you to like brace, because this will be a longer match tonight, as we're going to be battling through all the second round, and as these teams fight for the last 3 spots of the match, we definitely should keep our eyes peeled and also like see the teams perform at their best, as these teams definitely want to make it to the best of 3 bracket. Once we hit best of 3, then everything is gonna change then.
Yeah, once we hit BO3 brackets, we're gonna start seeing the we're gonna start seeing the global bans come into play here, and we're also gonna be stuck here for a lot longer. Even though there are less matches overall, these are gonna take much more time.
I mean, considering the fact that we have already been stuck here, like quote unquote stuck here for 2 hours, this is not the worst thing. And like throughout my time in casting, like I think I told you once in IVA I casted for 6 hours straight.
Yeah, honestly, the long and grueling ones is exactly why we had Nyashi come in just a bit so that I could endure possibly the rest of the matches of tonight.
Yeah, because tonight will be a longer night and a good challenge. Good challenge for us though. So yeah, 6 BO1s and now we have one that'll hit extra time. And the team are definitely taking quite some time, but I mean it's understandable because they definitely want to like think carefully. But hold on, we're gonna be heading at this time. Yes, we are unmuted. I remember that. So let's head into it. Priestess is gonna get gone, and there's no Night Watch to play because it's empty Survivor once again. So let's see what other hunters does Batch have here in the hunter pool. But gets rid of Gamekeeper. I think this is a Batch's comfort pick because I don't know if I'm tripping, but I recall the exact same thing happened before that involved LS in extra time.
Yeah, I remember LS picking Gamekeeper when Back was forced into picking a hunter that wasn't. I don't recall what the original hunter was, but if I remember
it was also Night Watch.
It was also Night Watch. Yeah, was also Night Watch. We're seeing First Officer be the first pick, and honestly, that's a good first pick here. First Officer is a stable rescuer against anyone that isn't able to cope with longer distances, like again, the Goat Man.
Yeah, first of all, Enchantress. Yeah, as you mentioned, Goatman counter here. So let's see what else are gonna get rid of. Seer is still in play. Maybe you want to get rid of the Seer because or rather get rid of the Prospector. I guess they do not want empty battling going for a... just playing around. But nah, still Prospector does not want empty just battling around here.
Yeah, it's doesn't want Prospector, but we're gonna see a counter with Enchantress here. Let's see how well that ends out. Paired with the Journalist, I don't think this will have as much synergy as compared if they chose a different. Perhaps if they were to choose a different one, but although Psychologist is gone, Lucky Guy instead because they timed out on the pick, unfortunately.
I mean, Lucky Guy is not the worst thing because we actually see Lucky Guy play off and oh my gosh, not this again. So we're waiting on the last Survivor pick here. I mean, they can pick the Seer. The Seer's still in play. Or they can pick the Acrobat, the patient who has killing ability. So MT will have to think very carefully on what do they want as they have one last pick here. But it seems that there might be a bit of an issue on MT's end because we ended up with a doctor. So maybe something went wrong on their end. I'm not sure. But while we're at it, they have to select the survivors. And yes, there are issues. So yeah, it seems that we may have to reset that soon.
Oh no.
Yeah, there definitely some issues. Sometimes it happens where you cannot like pick or what.
Yeah, perhaps it was something on with the band picks that they've chosen and it didn't let them properly choose. So I'm not sure if we're gonna end up seeing the Lucky Guy pick be swapped out here, but there's a high chance we might.
I think they're just gonna reset the bracket from what I occurred. So, okay, while we're at it, let's head back to ourselves and my camera. Yeah, you see me in a weird position all the time because that's the thing with my camera. But yeah, like. First of all, from the bans we see, I guess they do not want Batch's Gamekeeper, as we've seen that a lot. But I kind of forgot what else does Batch have. Like, there was a Hermit, but I forgot was that Batch playing it. But yeah, Gamekeeper in Never Seen Town is possible. Though Gamekeeper in this meta, even though he got buffed, is still not ideal, because Gamekeeper does not like getting body blocked, and this meta is a meta where survivors body block all the time.
Yup, definitely not. Body blocks have been a lot. Even back then, body blocks have always been extremely powerful and extremely important here.
Let's see, anyone in the chat? Yeah, like Gamekeeper is a hunter that does not like to get body blocked. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Especially
yeah. Continue.
Yeah, especially when it comes to his hooks. If you can manage to body block his hook, that's an extremely big game changer, because that means that's a lot of distance lost for the Gamekeeper.
Yeah. I mean, but to be fair, like Goldman also does not like getting body blocked. But the difference in there is that the Goldman's ability to get hits are much, much better than a Gamekeeper. Because with the help of his enclosure cages, he can just appear behind, and as long as his resentment level is enough, he can get hits like very, very consistently, if you ask me. So yeah, like with Goldman, like let's see what is possible. Hula Baloo, like just the top 4 meta, and also Breaking Wheel. Actually, we have not seen a lot of Breaking Wheels recently, but I would love to see good Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel is actually very strong at Ever Sleeping Town, and yeah, it's definitely going to be a very interesting character to play in this meta too. Huh. Like
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you can continue.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking what else apart from Breaking Wheel. But like, we've seen Hermit, we've seen Breaking Wheel. Actually, we've been seeing, I think per my memory, we also seen Ripper in this tournament. Maybe one day we'll see Hell Ember, who knows? like there are lots of different hunters we see, and I would like to see the wackiest picks possible.
Yeah, me too. I'm quite fond of seeing wacky and nonsensical picks in terms of this game, because that's honestly part of the fun here. When survivors aren't prepared to counter like non-meta hunters, but the hunter themselves is capable of making up for the gap when it comes to meta and the raw potential of the character, it ends up being extremely fun matches, especially when we see matchups against, let's say, do you remember that Mad Eyes we saw in the match?
Oh yeah, but that one,
yeah,
that one did not work in their favor, though.
It didn't work out well. But if the walls were working in that Mad Eye's favor, we could have had an entirely different story.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I'm just gonna say this right here. If I ever see Wu Chang, I was fangirl. I was screaming and fangirl out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like Wu Chang just not good in this meta, or me not good in general. But yeah, let's see though. Actually, Bonbon is in the meta. I actually just seen it in IVL that it works very well as a late game hunter. And the other thing with Bonbon is that literally his bombs, because with his new ability, he can use his remote bomb to like accelerate a survivor on the chair, and this is going to place a lot of pressure on the survivors to risk rescuing or having the first person gone real fast and a Bonbon charge straight towards you.
Right. If a Bonbon charges straight towards you, what? Honestly, the bombs nowadays, it's much more difficult to rescue against Bonbons. If they're not able to draw out that rescue, it's just they're either forced to rescue early or they're forced to sacrifice completely.
Yeah, who knows? Alright, so yeah, enough of hunters. Let's just, since we don't know when it is, so let's just chill and just talk about more stuff. So yes, Sin, actually, how has your day been going on so far?
Honestly, if you check my Discord status, it says I've been playing Inscription for 13 hours today, nearing 14 because I've forgotten to close the game.
Inscription.
And I'm too lazy to do that right now. Yeah.
Oh, a different game.
The whole day I've just been playing a random game that I bought earlier today due to a friend's insistence.
Yeah. Well, for me, I literally just came back to work and I just rushed here and set up the stream within like 10 minutes. So it was too rushed that I did not add a lot of stuff. So that is that. But oh well. Like literally, that's the thing with work. And the good thing is that weekends is coming, so can rest for a bit though. And while that we're at it, actually, I can flex. I think I can flex this that I got in the. Oh wait, let's see, is my camera still working? Oh my gosh, it's not working again. It keeps.
Oh no.
It keeps disconnecting. Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure it disconnects whenever you switch screens, like from the game to the caster screen. What is that?
A folder?
Oh my, wait, it's so pretty. Is that?
Disciple. Yeah, that's the cat lady.
Oh my gosh, the cat lady is so amazing. I love her. This is totally not biased. This is totally not because she's one of my hunter mains. Nuh-uh.
Yup. Yes, indeed. So let's see. Oh. Yeah, that's just a... Nah, it's still not done. So yeah, this is something that I got during Koa, and I actually got quite a number of stuff in Koa. Like there's some that I put in the... There are quite some that I put in the, like, in my office. There's some that I received through here. Hold on. Maybe I can show you some stuff since they're not yet.
Yep.
Oh, I literally have this one. This is the Koa theme that I got off in the Koa offline.
Oh my gosh, wait, that's so cute. I wish I was also able to get stuff like that. Oh, we're looking at the brackets now. We could probably do
probably
a
something
recap
happened.
of the brackets.
Wait, let me
Yep.
see what... Yeah. Let me switch and see if something happened. So yeah, we're looking at the brackets. This is a good opportunity to refresh the brackets.
Yep, if we're looking at the...
Yeah, like here we are seeing that HLT, FCMN, and WG are the winners as they advance through. No exit content creators in ES will be dropping down. And
Yeah, and then...
the match we're ongoing right now is MT versus LS.
Yeah, we're actually watching the high stakes. Whoever loses here will be going out next, and after this we're gonna have to after this we're gonna be watching. We still have to watch Bun and Bun and Gao, and 2GT and PPD.
Yeah, because three more teams will be eliminated tonight, and and then we'll have the final three brackets to determine the last three teams. So that is how Swiss stage is going to work, ladies and gentlemen. So
Yep, absolutely.
yeah, I'm just trying to think here. I'm just trying to think here though. Is that these 1 to 2, like, actually let's look through the journeys, because for team content creator, as we note that Team CC and Team FCMN both won their first 2 matches, but then they lost their first match and lost from 2-0 and dropped down to 2-1. And now CC moved on while FCMN moved on, while CC will be going down from 2 to 2. So
Yep, and now we are actually going to be we're going to be back and starting once more.
Yeah, it seems that they are readying the lobby up. And no psychologist, no cowboy, no night watch. The psychologist definitely played a very crucial factor in that match to long range heal up. But we're in the global ban, so finally we can continue, as the priestess will be banned once again, and we're probably expecting the same thing from Mad Trollers. Probably.
Yep, we're probably gonna expect something similar from them. We might see another gamekeeper ban here, but it seems like they're hesitating. They're gonna ban Goatman instead this time.
Yeah. So seeing like they have a different strategy, I guess they are prepared against the potential gamekeeper here. But if they want to prepare against Gamekeeper, oh, actually it goes for the Prospector and Lawyer this time around. Having the Prospector straight away, I guess Prospector does work against the Goldman, but or they're just like messing around. Oh yeah, Fire Investigator also works because the airbags can block off paths.
Yeah, with the airbags being able to block off paths, that would be pretty. That's actually really good on a map that's so restricted like Ever Sleeping. We're gonna see a night ban to counter that, possibly because of tactical. Tactical foresight is extremely difficult to use against hunters that are predictable or hunters that rely heavily on their utility to get any form of damage out.
But we do have Journalist. And the thing with Journalist is that Journalist is oh, never mind, back to Lucky Guy. I was about to say Journalist is very good counter, and oh, it seems that there might be another issue there as we are heading into another pause straight away. So it seems like this match is particularly having more issues than anything.
Yep, we're seeing another pause here. I wonder what's happened this time.
Yeah, alright. Actually, before we say, I feel like the pause, it seemed that they wanted to pick the Journalist. And the Journalist is actually like very good against the Gamekeeper because he can drop the puppets behind, or Orpheus behind him. And the Orpheus is very good to use to get hooked and block the Gamekeeper's hook. So the Gamekeeper will always struggle to chase down the Journalist. So if they wanted to pick the Journalist right there, it would have been a very good choice.
Yeah, if they picked the Journalist here, although it does seem like, I'm not sure what is happening, but it seems as though they're struggling. Something is going wrong with their third character pick, because this is also what happened last time.
Yeah, something definitely happened behind them, but yeah, I guess that's for them to figure out, and for us to just talk about any more potential things. Like, first of all, if it's a Gamekeeper is decent in this map, but it's easy for the Survivor to counter with like Journalist, Fire Investigator, Aeroplanist also works, Meteorologist also works. Just the Hunters with pushbacks. The Hunters with pushbacks also love facing against the Gamekeeper. Also, the Novelist. Novelist metaphor wrecks through the Gamekeeper too.
Yep, absolutely, honestly. There's a lot of ways to counter Gamekeeper here, and they have seemed to choose Fire Inspector, which I'm thinking they might choose again. And he with his airbag actually does counter Gamekeeper because that obstacle blocks it. And if I remember correctly, Entomologist also blocks the Gamekeeper's hook in some cases.
Yeah, it does block, though. Entomologist thing is that normally when you drop off the bees, the Entomologist will not be too far away from the bees, meaning that if the Gamekeeper hooks towards it, the Entomologist might possibly still getting hit. So the counter is not as bad as we think. As we're going to be moving on back into the game, so let's see what would be occurring. Or Prospector would be get rid. It seems that the game might be carrying on as Mad Trollers are looking to pick their last survivor. Maybe now is the time to pick the Journalist, but goes for a Weeping Clown instead. Weeping Clown, like trend early game against the Gamekeeper does work, but you definitely want to be aware of getting hooked off the rocket.
Yup, getting hooked off the rocket is honestly one of the weak points here. I think they're just going to choose to continue despite the Lucky Guy choice. With the Weeping Clown, the rest of the team is honestly fine against the Gamekeeper. The Lucky Guy could use a perfume or something similar to actually negate the effects of the hook.
Definitely. So now we're gonna be moving on into the game soon. But before that, let's think. If it's not the Gamekeeper, who else could it be? Weeping Clown. Ideally, Smiley Face, the clown, is good against the Weeping Clown, and Clown is very in this meta too, so that is a possible and it's good against this team comp. And let's see, there's no Ghostman to play here. Hula Baloo works and Opera Singer also works because most of these survivors here do not have strong kiting abilities.
Yeah, aside from Fire Investigator, a lot of them will struggle to actually kite against hunters that put a lot of pressure against transitional kiters, or essentially have this tendency to negate distance.
So, it's gonna be the Cat Lady Disciple though, it's not gonna be the Gamekeeper. Well, Disciple against a Weeping Clown is 50-50, because the thing is that if the Weeping Clown gets a cat on them, the Disciple can silence the Weeping Clown and get them off the rocket, but the Weeping Clown can always dash straight away to make sure that the cat does not get onto them in the first place, and the Fire Investigator can still use his airbag to block off like narrow paths so that the Disciple cannot make her way through it.
Alright, we're seeing this spawn here, and this is honestly a pretty consistent spawn. The only weak link here would be the ones on the edges, being the lawyer and the lucky guy. The Disciple chooses to spawn right next to the lawyer, and he will probably end up being the first kite, because the hunter would want to avoid Cypher Rush.
Yeah, but the lucky guy or the lawyer can kite straight towards where the graveyard is, and the graveyard is being one of the strongest kiting areas, and also a place where it'll be very hard to disrupt the cipher. This will probably be the lawyer's plan. So the question is, would Disciple chase the lawyer into the graveyard, or would he just go to the Weaving Clown and just aim to like disrupt the cipher and like disrupt their formation?
Yup. Honestly, it depends. She could try to bait out the Weeping Clown and try to distort their formation just a little bit, but that would run the risk of giving lawyer enough time to go all the way to graveyard instead.
So yep, with that, this is going to be Mad Trollers for Survivor for the LSS Hunter Overtime with your caster Invisible Jong and Sin.
Yep. Oh. There we go, the match has started, and we're actually gonna see, the Disciple go right after the lawyer, but the lawyer is already all the way in graveyard.
Yeah, but lawyer is actually gonna vault his way through and head back. I don't know if that's the best idea though, because the thing is that he's gonna disrupt everyone's cipher. Like the plan of lawyer heading in the graveyard is to not disrupt, but I think they want to have the Weeping Clown pick up the lawyer straight away, way to increase the distance. The downside of that though is that no one is decoding and the cipher through looking be very slow, and both the Weeping Clown and the lawyer will be stuck in a bad position currently.
Yeah, but still, they're on a place with a height level difference, and
Watch
I
out.
think this is their goal here. Unfortunately, not able to get the pallet stun there, but as he's able to loop back into the two-story before he actually does not choose to go back up and instead chooses to go around the pallet, which I don't think is the best choice because he loses the advantage of having height. He runs the risk of getting knocked off of his thing with the cats. Again, there it is.
Warp.
He could just get
Warp and
get
catwalk.
shocked off, and there it is. Yeah.
Yep. Warp, catwalk, and down. Like that's the thing with Weeping Clown against a Warp Disciple, is that the Warp Storm negates the whole purpose of the rocket. And if we look at the whole cipher progress, is currently like less than 2 ciphers, which is not ideal, seeing that we're in overtime. And overtime, time also makes the difference here, Sin. So that's why like they had the lawyer, they wanted to rush the cipher, but now they are in a position where the ciphers are beyond enough. And this fire investigator have to be very careful though and wait for the cat to disappear. So he's gonna use his airbag, but there's a chance to mine the entire shark. So would that happen? Nope, able to pull off the rescue, but unfortunately, without borrowed time, this weeping clown might not last depending on how well he uses this rocket.
Although still, it's only at 3 ciphers remaining, so there's not that high of a chance that he's actually gonna survive all the way until endgame. With a cat on him, actually doesn't go for the stun. Actually allows the Weeping Clown to make it right for a pallet here. Unable to hit through the pallet, although this might be a mind game here with the cats. Unfortunately, ooh, that is a flare gun from the lucky guy. Amazingly timed flare gun here, able to actually allow the Weeping Clown to go even further, but 7 seconds left on the cat. Is that enough time for the Weeping Clown to get to another pallet? Yes, it is, just barely.
Yeah, so with that, the Weeping Clown is set up to kite for a bit longer here. The cat, alright, let's see, catwalk, jump. Oh, able to get off the stun, and with that, the Weeping Clown will be down. But considering that he almost got down near at a double 11, he definitely kited out much longer. But to be fair, I want to talk about that with the stun just now. Even if no flare gun, it's likely that the Weeping Clown could have vaulted through, but that flare gun was definitely a well-timed flare gun on the survivor's end.
Absolutely. Even if he didn't use that flare gun like you mentioned and the Weeping Clown did falter, it would be much harder for him to actually kite because a second cat would have guaranteed his death there. But because of that, he was able to transition to a really strong area.
Lucky guy?
The 2 windows, and oof.
Uh-oh.
No.
Nick of time.
With Tide Turner, at least this avoids them from getting farmed. And a lucky body block, we're gonna see the Weeping Clown live for a lot longer. Although he's not going for the 2-story, and both of them somehow managed to get a cat, getting hit right before he manages to vault the pallet. Although the last cipher is at night. The last cipher just pops because, again, as we've mentioned, Lucky Guy does not have borrowed time here. Neither does... Well, Weeping Clown does have borrowed time, but unfortunately they've chosen to pop it like this.
Yeah, I mean, they had to pop over there though. So now the question is, can all 3 survivors on the field escape? And does Sunflower have an idea where the real noob go down? Yes, he does, because he recalls that. So that is going to be a tie. They tried their best for a free man. Unfortunately, not too sufficient. But here, the survivor should just make a run for it. So it's going to be 4 minutes and 39 seconds of a tie, which is kind of fast, if you ask me, because of having both the lawyer and the lucky guy. Like, the ciphers were so fast. So now the question here is that for Team LS's survivor, or rather, let's see. Yeah, Team LS's survivor, not only they need a tie, they have to get it faster than 4 minutes and 39 seconds, or just a free escape entirely.
Yeah, honestly, I think their better option here would be to get a faster tie with how much more stable it is to try to go for that. They could run a Cypher Rush comp that has a really extremely tanky rescuer and pair that with a psychologist or a barmaid, and that would be like perhaps, let's say, forward pair with a mechanic. That might end up being what wins them here, although we've seen that combo actually backfire a lot of times on teams.
Yeah, but just now the flare gun definitely came in timing, allowing the Weeping Clown to kite longer and prevented them to enter a situation where the Disciple can field control. Because if the Disciple just now could have eliminated the Weeping Clown and field control, the ciphers would have been much slower. But instead, even if the Weeping or the Disciple got a tie, the fact that he never had a chance to field control means the survivor got the escape relatively fast. And with 4 minutes and 39 seconds...
Absolutely. Oh, yep, your camera has
No, the thing is that sometimes
again.
if that my other application would detect the camera, and when they detect it, it cuts off. It cuts this one off. Anyways, moving on now, the question is, how would the survivors do the same, or how would the hunter, the survivors, try to tie in a faster than 4 minutes and 39 seconds, it'll be hard. So realistically, it's going to be aiming for a free escape.
Yeah, yeah, honestly, realistically here, both are actually just equally viable. Here, they just have to go for two different kinds of team comps in order to properly pull it off.
Yeah, no, I think ideally it's free escape, because if they want to tie faster than 4 minutes and 39 seconds, then they have to look for a extreme cypher rushing team comp, which might easily backfire on them. So I see them aiming for a free escape more, but that means that for the hunters part, it'll be easy because they only need a tie and not too fast, and it's good for them.
This will actually be, again, this could end up from the hunter. We could end up seeing like a stall for time hunter, but the king of time stalling hermit has never worked out great for this tournament.
No, so far the hermits we've seen have almost all the hermits we've seen have backfired on them massively. So maybe not. I feel like maybe not, Sin. Like
Sorry, I had to go check on something, but yeah, if we're not gonna end up seeing a hermit, aside from hermit, Shadow is just really good at stalling for time.
Oh my gosh, my XSplit keeps causing this to cut off. Yeah, first of all, the Shadow definitely. Let me try something. That works. But let's see, are they in right now? Oh, they're not in.
Not yet, no.
That works, I guess. So, wait, let me see if I can do this. Yeah, I end up swapping to a different camera because this one keeps automatically picking it up. Oh, you know what? I'll figure this one out later because they're already in right now.
Yeah.
Oh my, the BGM has changed, and because seeing that this is the last match and the one that's gonna impact who is gonna get eliminated, it's definitely more fitting to have a more intense BGM. As Priestess is gone, Ever Steaming Time Priestess, and oh, Hermit is gone. I guess LS does not want to see any stalling hunters in the play.
Yeah, honestly, that was a good choice from LS. Even though the hermit curse seems to be prevalent here, there's still not a non-zero chance that a hermit could absolutely sweep the board with them and just end up with the tie that it needs. Novelist Ban is up next, and they've actually chosen cheerleader and enchantress, which I'm not sure what their plan here is, but if they go for a healer character, pair that with the cheerleaders max stack cheer, that might end up being what they're trying to go for. Could be to stall for time until cheer gets enough points onto the survivor that's kiting, but that will be slow on decoding speed.
So moving on now. The thing though is that this team comp is more support heavy. I think agree it's a support heavy team comp. But the thing with support heavy team comp is that their speed is never fast. So it's clear on LS they want a free escape. They're not aiming to tie faster than 4 minutes and 39 seconds. They just want a free escape.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fine for them to go for a support-centric team comp, but the only issue they have to worry about now is excitement, because excitement would be detrimental to both Cowboy and Enchantress unless Cowboy switches strats and goes for allowing the survivor to make distance by lassoing them away.
So I'm thinking what Hunter counters this. Like, Soul Weaver came in my mind, but Soul Weaver does not like the Enchantress. And Ghostman might also...
Artist?
Wax Artist actually might... But there's a Cheerleader. Cheerleader speed up. Inspire definitely can give the Wax Artist a harder time. Like,
Yeah,
and
but
there's also
also
the
it does counter
Embalmer.
the Enchantress. If he chooses to, as well, yeah, the Embalmer would be a problem for him, but if he chooses to chase after yeah, there we go. If he chooses to chase after the Enchantress or the Cowboy first, he might end up having a few problems.
Uh-huh. So Wax Artist... But Wax Artist, there's the Cheerleader. Cheerleader speed up would give the Wax Artist a hard time, and Cowboy Lasso will also give a Wax Artist a hard time, but it seems that this team is really keen on not bringing any Tide Turner, but if they want a free escape, I don't think having no Tide Turner is a good idea. I can see this backfire massively onto Team LS with this choice selection.
Yeah, this could. Honestly, with this kind of team up against the Wax Artist, if these spawns, I'm not sure if these spawns are the best for them. Choosing to spawn the Cheerleader so far out and the Embalmer closer to the middle completely negates the distance that's provided by the Coffin here. Because with the rotations that they're going to be forced to do anyways, the Coffin is probably gonna end up somewhere around 11 or around 2-story or around middle 2-story.
Yup, we'll have to see how this one plays out. Though, because actually right now with both the Cheerleader and the Cowboy next to him, chasing them means that there is a survivor with transitional ability, which is less ideal. But if you march towards the Embalmer, there's also the Coffin to deal with. Anyways, I'm your caster, Invisible Joan, joined by me is Sin, and we're gonna be heading into LS versus Matt Troller's last match, and see who is gonna be the winner and who will be eliminated.
Alrighty, let's see. Let's just wait for the match to start, and honestly, I think what I want to see here with the Wax Artist go after the Cowboy rather than the Cheerleader or the Embalmer, because as you mentioned before, the Cheerleader does have her own speeds that comes to her of no cost regarding Wax. Even though the slow does happen after she uses it, she can just hide behind one of the walls because Eversleeping has such tall walls.
So chasing the Embalmer straight away, who placed it in 2-story though? The Embalmer running out in the open there may not be the best idea because we can see that literally very early in the game, Embalmer will be taking a first hit. And with the fact that he's running out in the open through that narrow alley, is the question if he can even take the second hit before like the warp comes in play. Or survive to then.
Honestly, I don't think I think he's gonna go down right around here. There's no chance I really doubt he's gonna survive longer than that. Goes down faster than warp can even be available, and he's gonna be chaired. I think their best strategy here would be to force the. No, unfortunately not. Embalmer might have to be rescued first because of the synergy with the Coffin. We're seeing one of his teammates, Cheerleader, already here for the rescue. But perhaps this is too early.
Definitely too early. The issue is that having no Tide Turner in this team is backfiring on them because the Embalmer, while kiting, ended up running even closer towards where his dungeon is before the Cowboy can even be ready. So it seems that, like, first of all, Embalmer going down and being not aware, or rather, like, not being cautious of getting chased for is definitely a bit of a blunder. And now, having no Tide Turner is backfiring onto this team on LS massively. Like, they need first of all, they need at least a tie.
We're gonna see a fall hit. No, we're actually not gonna see a fall hit here. Although, with full presence, Hot Wax is just gonna kick in and he's gonna get that last hit there. There's no need for him to presence farm anymore.
Cowboy.
Cowboy is probably not gonna be able to do this in time. The Embalmer is way too close to the chair to actually pull off a struggle, and there he goes.
Full presence.
This Cowboy's probably gonna take a hit here. Thankfully, not vaulting before Terror Shock.
Watch out though this is 77, so let's see that there's a bit of a mind game there, as a Cowboy did have Tide Turner to potentially negate that 100 Hot Wax, but unfortunately not being able to, and now is going to be chaired down to the basement, and this is going to be a massive pressure on whoever comes in next. Because the thing is that a full presence wax artist has the ability to like stuff rescues by getting a wax on 100 on someone, hot wax, and hit him down. And the thing is that, remember, the survivors need to have a tie in less than 4 minutes and 21 seconds. But this game is unlikely to hit like faster than 4 minutes and 30 seconds, meaning that they'll be aiming for all 3 survivors to escape. But to get someone out of a basement like that will be very hard.
Yeah, especially without a priestess, is gonna be a feat to achieve. But yeah, this is currently the current pace this is set at is more so in the hunter's favor rather than in the survivors. Does not go for
Watch
the
out.
fall hit, although probably doesn't need it because of full presence here.
Flywheel. Yeah. All right, Flywheel. Yeah, is able to get the rescue, but the thing though is that the cowboy cannot get out of the dungeon, and just the elimination of this cowboy will be enough. Because the thing is that even if it's a tie, last game was 4 minutes and 30 seconds. This means that Team LS needs to get both the cheerleader and the enchantress out of the basement within 40 seconds, like out of the game within 40 seconds, which is nearly impossible. So this is equivalent to game here, Sin.
Yeah, essentially, with only so little seconds left and them getting into the beginnings of a slug situation, this is gonna be game over. No matter what they do now, it's gonna be game over for them.
Yeah, so with that, congratulations to Team MT for managing to stay alive in this tournament, as they're gonna be moving on, continue on the game. Like cheerleader here still has like Inspire to work with, so still kite for a bit. But honestly, early game, the Embalmer going down that fast and his coffin not being effective also added the fact that this team not bringing Tide Turner is like very detrimental.
Yeah, and we're gonna see cheerleader continue to take the chase. Hot wax is being triggered, but because we're at corner house, there's a decent chance cheerleader might actually be able to kite it out. The wax isn't that high yet, although dropping right into the hot wax. Amazing placement, by the way. She goes down, and this will be Enchantress without self heal. As soon as that Enchantress goes down, it's over for her. There it is. This is game. Congratulations to Team MT.
Yup, with that, this will be the 4th match complete for today. And honestly, I just really want to go back to that. Is having no Tide Turner really the best thing? Like, if it's Hula Baloo or Goatman, having no Tide Turner might still work a bit because they cannot get an instant farm. But like standard hunters or like basic hunters having the ability to farm without Tide Turner, you're not gonna drag enough time for the ciphers. But anyways, congratulations to MT. Hit into overtime, but amazing performance by their survivors or their hunter to manage to pull that one off.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Team MT.
So yeah, there we have it. MT winning the extra round. So yeah, MT is gonna still stay alive, which is definitely good news for them. But for Team LS, unfortunately, they get eliminated. But that is that, as they definitely tried their best. But I definitely feel like for MT, the fact that dragging the extra time like that, they're definitely telling each other, or everyone, that we're not going down without a fight, and we can definitely see that happen.
Yeah, that was a tough call between them two, and honestly, it was just a matter of time. If only Team LS had even a minute or two extra to work with, there would have been less pressure on them to actually get as much done in as short amount of time as possible, and perhaps we would have been able to see them pull it off.
Oh yeah, definitely. So yeah, MT. Honestly, I feel like this team comp is decent is not the worst against wax artists, but the execution did not pay off from the Embalmer going down in record time. I just feel like the Embalmer there was definitely not cautious enough of himself being the first chase and just ran into out in the open, which is not what you want against a wax artist. You could have like looped around the double 11 or stuff, could have been better than running a straight line, but we're gonna head in the quick break and we'll see everyone after the break. See in a bit.
Oh my gosh.
That match itself is almost the same as the first 3 matches added all together.
Oh my god, did you hear the yawn?
Yeah, no, just when I thought that tonight is fast, you just had to have this, don't you?
Overtime.
Not overtime. Overtime and pausing for over like 20 minutes. Come on.
Right? It's alright. Let's hope the other two are gonna be way faster, but I still think we're gonna bleed all the way to like 12:30 in the morning. Maybe around we might finish around 12:30, probably.
Hopefully. I want to sleep.
Me too. I usually sleep at 10. So this is a bit it's a bit of a toll on my sleep schedule. My body is not used to it.
Considering that I have an NAU team and like I had to wake up at 4 a.m. to like 4:30 a.m. This is not good.
Oh gosh. An AEU team, you have to coach them?
Yup, because we are a team that's aiming for KOA.
Oh.
Whatever. I just did not expect, like, overtime is fine. I just did not expect to have overtime and then pause. Like, the first 3 matches was 1 hour and 45 minutes, and this one was 1 hour and 15 minutes. It's almost the entire. This match is like longer than it's like 2.5 matches of other. Oh my god.
For a majority of it, we had to speak to. We couldn't just leave dead air, you know, because otherwise that would be boring. Yeah, like. But to be fair, that's how they do it when in KOA. Is they literally, when paused, they just talk about random stuff. And what I mean about random stuff is also like down to like personal stuff. How's your hair? How anything to eat. Maybe we can just. Maybe after like a couple minutes, we can start just chatting about random stuff, and not about IDDB. Absolutely.
It'll be much more fun, but no other games, because like they're not allowed to do it in the official stream. So yeah, let's not do that too. No other games.
Yeah, we should probably just talk about life.
Life, yeah, no other games. So sadly, I cannot talk about the Herta sobs.
Aww.
I can fangirl.
The game today. Yeah.
I can flex about the Herta all day.
Okay, well, we're starting again.
Alright, we're back. So this time I do remember to unmute. Yay! So first of all, like... Yeah, like first of all, it'll be Team Gao versus Team Bun. And I'm excited for Team Gao because aren't they the team that they chose wacky stuff for their survivor their sin? Oh my gosh, NTT is excited.
NTT is excited. I wonder why. We're probably gonna see extremely goofy or wacky team comps from Team Gao this time around once more, because again, this does seem to be what Gao specializes in, just team comps that are bound to blow you away with how odd they seem, but how well the synergy ends up working. Sometimes it's now just a matter of how long they can. It's usually just a matter of how long can they draw out the kites for the synergies to actually pay off.
I was hoping you talk about who is in whatever. I'll do it. But we have Void Fang, Kong Chua, Trove Keen, Nagaya Yuet Cam, Nohorong, and Hasmio. So next time, please talk about introduce them. But anyways,
yeah, my apologies.
Yeah, anyways, I'm just still excited for Team Gao because, as I said, they are the team that likes to pick wacky stuff. So I would like to see some entertainment, and who knows, maybe they'll select something that we are not expecting entirely. Not me, whatever.
Is your camera working correctly?
I think
You've been having a bunch of issues with it, yeah.
No,
there you go.
No, I've been always having issues with it. Like for example, because like another app detected it randomly, and then once it gets detected, it will disconnect me away. So yeah, like this is the 5th match of tonight, and once again, Team Gao and Team Bun, these two teams do not want to get to lose, because this, like all the matches, this match and then the one next to it here on out will be 1-2, meaning that whoever loses will get eliminated. So ideally, they do not want to lose here.
Right, losing here right now would be the most detrimental to them, because it does mean game over for them, but it also does mean that the next team is at 1-2, so they'll still have to win another match in order to actually qualify for the finals.
Yep. So moving on. Oh, Painter here. I actually do know that there's a combo of Painter and Bomber or Painter Priestess, so maybe we're going to be seeing that potentially here, though the Priestess did get banned straight away.
Yeah, instead we're actually seeing a Painter with the Knight. Team Gao tends to be extremely fond of their Painter, actually. Hold on, I might be a bit too far from my microphone.
Oh, actually the
Team Gao is... Team Bun. It's Team Bun. Team Bun is fond of their Painter. And with the Fire Investigator and Journalist. What do you think of this team comp? I think they're decently tanky, but also this could go wrong if they don't play their cards correctly.
Well, let's see what the Xian Wumong play here, but I mean, I can definitely see the potential of this team comp with Painter and all, but like everything is only in theory. But if it's Xian Wumong here, maybe we're gonna be seeing the Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel I can see work here very well. Goatman also works here, like just the standard stuff we're seeing, so let's see what will Xian Wumong's choice be here. I'm trying to think, like Ghostman, Hula Baloo. I feel like Goldman, Hula Baloo, Opera Singer, 3 of the 4 standard hunters, would be very strong in this case. It's just really dependent on what they do want to play.
It's just extremely dependent on what Xiaomeng wants to actually choose for himself. We could see him play a completely different character. We could see him play Hullabaloo and Goatmanik once more in the default 1 or 2. Yeah, we're gonna see Hullabaloo from him. Probably because he wants to use the trapeze to cross the bridge and negate the effect of the roller coaster in any case if ever that does happen.
Oh, it is gonna be the Hula Baloo. Hula Baloo is actually very good against the Painter because, like, if aimed correctly, the Painter Pyrotechnist his paintings get silenced and he cannot really have a good timing to draw it. But the Fire Investigator can kite a bit for the Hula Baloo by using his airbags to block off. So let's see the spawn selections, but they're going to be opting for an interesting approach here, as the Painter's not spawning at the 4th stop, but out in the open. So this opens the gate for Hula Baloo to spawn above the Painter. And if he does that, then this Painter will have a bit of an issue because he is in a very weak kiting area.
Where the Hunter has chosen is actually one of the best spawns that the Hunter could have chosen in order to put pressure on the... no, this is the better spot for survivors because even though it pushes him away from 4th stop, it only pushes him closer to stronger kiting areas like middle and haunted house, where the Fire Investigator can actually lend a bit of support before leaving to go to find another cipher.
So for the Painter, he'll probably be kiting towards the 3rd stop and not where Hametu is, or Hasmio the fire investigator is, or else he's gonna have the risk of disrupting the cipher. Though the first stop is also not a place where, not particularly strong kiting area. Like I'll say the first stop is not too strong. He'll have to make his way towards the 2 pallets if he wants to kite well. But this painter definitely have to position himself correctly, because if he goes down too fast, it will be a disaster, and seeing that he is in a very weak area. Anyways, I'm your caster Invisible John. Joined by me is Sin, and we're gonna be heading into Team Bond for the Team Gao Team Bond Survivor for Team Gao's Hunter straight away.
Yeah, as we wait for Team Bun and Gao's match to go on, honestly, what expectations do you have for like strats that they might play here? How do you think they're gonna counter the Hunter on Team Bun's side?
Start the game and head into pause. But I think first of all, the Journalist and Knight are both very strong rescuers that have the potential to do a no damage rescue when pulling someone off the chair. So I think this is probably like one of the possibilities we see, is for them to come in and rescue and then pull off a no damage to make sure that whoever comes in stays healthy, and just to like use this opportunity to like decode faster, or to rescue a second time straight away.
Yeah, that's possible as well. And I just think when it comes to painter, like you said, there might be issues with the painting not being able to be drawn in time before the Hullabaloo's red sigil just completely negates him. But if we're talking counters,
yeah,
if we're talking a way for him to evade that, I think he could just do that by... He could probably pull it off by asking for help from another teammate to get to an area that has enough walls.
Yeah, but first of all, the painter will be like on his own early game though. So the painter will have to rely to kite on his own, but I do see the potential of Hula Baloo to get a hit on the painter very fast, considering the painter is in a weak kiting spot. And he will be heavily relying on the free pallets at the first stop to kite this one out. Otherwise, he doesn't have too many resources to use over there.
Aside from those 3 pallets, what else could he use to actually survive this? I mean, I guess he could try his best to make a beeline for like the other areas. Perhaps he could try to beeline towards he actually could try to beeline towards what was the name of it? Haunted house or areas like that.
The issue with beelining towards the haunted house is that that's also where the fire investigator is.
Yeah, but then again, remember when I said earlier about him being able to actually get his paintings if he can just get enough support early game?
Yeah, but the issue of that is that he will be having a massive disruption towards the cipher, and also this might backfire later if they get cipher locked. So I don't think making his way towards the fire investigator is the best thing, because of Hula Baloo and Hunters now, you do not want to disrupt the ciphers too much. So I feel like he just have to make his way through with the third stop. But so that's why I thought it would have been better if the painter spawned at the fourth stop and loop around it a bit, because even though like he's not a patient and can carry around the fourth stop a lot, but I feel like the fourth stop is still a better kiting place comparing to the third stop for a bit. Anyways, moving on. For Hula Baloo, I feel like Hula Baloo's here, like fire investigator, works. The journalist is also decent though, but I think the main solid thing with this comes from rescue, because the journalist can drop the rescuing Orphe in a relatively long range, and that would work against the Hula Baloo. Also with the Knight as well. But we're back in the game, thankfully. So Hula Baloo will be heading straight towards Keen, who actually is going to make his way towards the haunted house. It seems that they want to go for a support early game in exchange of their sword decoding speed. So let's see how would that work, as the airbag will get destroyed straight away.
Yeah, the airbag is gonna get destroyed straight away, and that is gonna be... My eyes are playing tricks on me, and I can't quite see properly. Yeah, no, that is the painter leaving the haunted house right away, and he does not yet have his first painting up. He only just got the facial mark of the hullabaloo here, but it doesn't seem like he's gonna have enough time to actually get the painting down before he might take his first hit here.
Yeah, actually there's a bit nick of time there, though. The thing is that he wants to get on, but hold on, you might get terror shock. You have to be very careful. Whoop, 2 frame marks over there. They're like, that was a bit dangerous situation. Oh, so they already had the second stop set up. But the thing though is that
this is good coordination from Team Bun here, actually able to get the hunter all the way to the other side here with
warp.
With the yep.
Yeah, no, that doesn't seem likely.
Down here.
Oh, actually, Flywheel affects the weight.
Down here. Flywheel, another one. Perhaps a painting, maybe. No, he goes down.
Yeah. So, let me speak. Anyway, so with that, the Flywheel affects away over there. So now actually this down is actually pretty decent considering that the first 3 ciphers are in decent progress. But Orphe is gonna come in, and that's what I was talking about. That was what I was trying to talk about just now, is that the journalist is actually decent against a Hula Baloo in terms of rescuing, because you can drop the Orpheus in a relatively safe range. As a result, it will be like kind of easier for a journalist to get a no damage rescue unless the Hula Baloo can cut the journalist off relatively early. So this is shaping up for a tie game as of now, because the journalist is still healthy, so that she will not get chased over at mid game. And they still have the Knight here, who is also a very strong rescuer on his own.
Yeah, they still have both of them, and possibly journalist still has technically has her tied here, so there is a chance that they might send her back out again. Yeah, we're seeing them send her back out just so she can use her tide.
No, the tide has already been used the first time, but journalist is currently stuck in a weird spot because of getting cut off. He cannot approach in, so Knight will be heading in, but it seems like they might be trying to sell. No, they're still gonna go for a rescue here, as the Knight is gonna, with his tactical foresight, gonna head straight into it, Sin.
Yeah, he's gonna try to force his way towards the rescue. Perhaps is he gonna be able to do it? He is actually gonna be able to pull off the rescue. Nicely done on their part. But again, will this painter be able to pull anything off in time? Switching to black, actually. Perhaps he still has a bit of a chance with the painting going down. He's able to get more distance, but will the...
Ooh. Very good double surprise over there, getting it down. Now gonna chase after the Knight here. Here, let's see, of these mind games, there is the clay, and watch out, this Knight has no borrowed time, so if this Knight goes down here, this might be a bit of an issue, as the Knight might get chaired now, and Knight having no borrowed time, meaning that this might not necessarily even be a tie. I feel like the survivors might have to just pop, and yep, they just pop and gonna play for one man, because if they like try and play for a tie, this might backfire on them. Though the journalist is actually still stuck in this side of the map, so let's see, does Tinnitus prop? Oh, prop for a bit.
Tinnitus does prop, barely, just barely.
He knows that someone is here.
Where, though? He can... Oh my god, that instinct is insane, actually. Able to warp directly on the journalist here. No, that's not the tension. So, no, he's... No, that
is the tension.
That is the tension, sorry.
Anyways, with the tension, like this, the tension was actually a very, very nice choice on the Hula Baloo's part, because then, like, the fire investigator did not dare to do anything, and they're able to get the journalist down. because normally what we see with Hula Baloo players is that they normally bring up insolence and then the trump card, and meaning that in endgame it will take a bit longer for them to down someone. But this is not the case here. Like, this is not the case here with having detention, and it also discouraged the remaining firefighter investigator from really doing anything because of that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It basically forces the fire investigator to actually leave, because if he messes up the rescue, that's game for them. That turns a one escape or a 2 escape into a no escape, and that's definitely something they don't want to risk.
Oh yeah, definitely. So honestly, like, the survivor had a very nice plan for the painter to head towards the fire investigator, use the airbag painting, and then make the roller coaster. And considering that, and like amongst all this, like during the first down, it was already near 2.5 ciphers. So that was actually a very, very nice plan done. Unfortunately, the Hula Baloo also pulled off some very neat tricks, and also like the knights trying so bad to protect the painter towards the end game actually backfired, because after the painter goes down, Hula Baloo chased the knights down, and knights having no borrowed time, and this just led to a free escape or free man. Maybe if they wanted to just secure a tie, the knight should have just left, because he had no borrowed time to come and assist in the first place.
Yeah, he absolutely could have left. The thing when it comes to supports is that borrowed time is incredibly crucial for them, because that allows them to actually tank as many body blocks as they want, assuming the cipher is primed, because then they also have the strategy of force healing also becomes available to them once more. But because of how greedy the knight got in terms of how much he wanted to support the painter, that ended up terribly for them.
Yeah, it turned into more of a guaranteed time to a free man elimination, and now the pressure is on Bond Survivor to also take the free man elimination back, because they need at least a free man to overtime or a 4-man to end this. Though we actually seen that in this tournament, we've seen some situations where a free man got reversed by a 4-man. Anything can happen there, Sin.
Yep, again, anything can happen. I just wonder if Team Bun can actually pull it off.
Who knows? Never say never, Sin. That's the thing of life. Never say never, because who knows? Yep, so while we're at it, yeah, we still have one more match after this, but it's just amazing to see how this tournament plays off. Let me check anyone in the chat right now. Nope. Oh, someone. Oh, hello everyone back in the chat. So yeah, hopefully y'all are enjoying your time right now, because we are sort of enjoying, even though this is like a slightly longer stream comparing than before. We're just enjoying here, and I think for Team Bun, Team Gao is also enjoying, because they only need to play for a tie. They can easily pick Embalmer, and also, like, you know, as many ties as they survive as they get. But now we're gonna head straight into the next one.
Honestly, in terms of survivor picks, I really want to see them pull out a slow and steady team comp compared to their usual pace. I want to see Team Gal try something new, but maybe we're gonna see another rather explosive team comp from them.
Maybe. Oh, Embalmer, as I said just now, Embalmer, the king of ties, and maybe we can see an acrobat or a patient next, but nope, journalist actually wants to ensure a safe rescue.
Yep, there it is. Now with essentially their lifeline as well as their journalist secured, they are set for a tie pacing now, as long as they choose stable kiters or stable supports that can sustain themselves.
Oh no, Doctor! It seems that Bond is like, no, I had enough of your tactics. So here for Team Gao though, they can't choose a psychologist or the barmaid, because I don't know why I have a feeling we might be seeing Hermit.
Something tells me we might be Again, same feeling. We might either be seeing big goat hermit, or we could also see another goat
Oh yeah,
man.
yeah, Goldman, yeah. Goldman is also very good. Goldman is also very good here, and also like does not like the Doctor. So
Yeah,
Seer and
absolutely.
Painter not opting for a psychologist or barmaid as I thought, but this team comp is a very fast decoding team comp, but it's kind of fragile. So if Trove here picks the Goldman, this might be an issue for Team Gao.
Yeah, we might end up seeing the same drawback that we did with the Team Bun when they tried to play a similar strat, but I guess with Seer in place instead of Knight, this might be a little bit more consistent.
Uh-huh. Let's see though. Ghostman is possible here. Hula Baloo also works because Hula Baloo can also like trapeze the way through the map so that the coffins will not be that effective. Opera Singer is also very good. Honestly, it's just the same thing as before. Like, 3 out of those 4 like Meta Hunters are very good here. Or also, maybe Hermit too, because we do remember that the Doctor Ban means Goatman and also might mean the Hermit as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, honestly, but on a map so big like Moonlit, I'm not sure if Hermit would be. Actually, no, Hermit could be good because then the distance would also work against the survivors because the time it takes to travel just to heal without a psychologist would be incredibly long, especially if the. Nope, we're actually gonna see a goat man like I was thinking when I saw the doctor ban, because goat man hates doctor just as much as Hermit does.
Oh yeah, you're definitely right about that. So moving on in the game now, considering he needs a free man, he definitely wants to chase whoever down fast. And meanwhile for Team Gao, they definitely also do not want the first down to be fast. Like actually seen we actually seen quite a number of relatively like fast downs today. And I don't think this is what they exactly would be wanting in this case.
Honestly, I think the fastest down here for him would be Painter once again, because Painter isn't exactly the kind of guy that excels when he's in the spotlight. He's more so the kind that is best when he gets to do silent support or gets to jump scare the hunter when they're already chasing another survivor with the painting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but this is actually a very like a weird spawn here because they actually spawn everyone closer towards the third stop rather than like in the fourth stop. So G Trove here going to be spawning next to the Embomber. I feel like with this spawn he could have chosen the left side and chase whoever is potentially he thinks is better instead of now, because now he might be having to face off chasing the Embomber at the haunted house, which is also good, but it would have been better to have more options maybe.
Yeah, he could have had more options by going to the other side, but then he would have been left with the seer and the. He would have been left with the seer and the journalist. At least now he's ever so slightly closer to his prime target, the painter. And depending on how good their synergy is, they might not. Even if they get the third light off, they might not be able to get the second light off.
Mm-hmm. Alright, with that, we're gonna be heading into the second half of the game of Team Gao Survivor versus Team Buns Hunter with your caster, Invisible Jong and Sin. Alright, we're gonna be heading into the game right now. G Trove here, going to be actually trying to use the cage to head towards the other side, and it's actually going to head towards the Seer who is trying to like crawl, but to like kneel down, but it's obvious he got found. So playing around these two pallets, which is how you play against Ghostman, is to play around the pallet and goes for a pallet stun here, is
Yeah, an
able to get it.
amazing palette stun. Extremely clean and did not get hit for that, although this cage might allow the Goatman to redeem himself. because of the, but I don't think the placement here is actually optimal for the Goatman. With the owl, this allows the Seer to play around a lot with it, although
Oh,
yep, he's being blocked at the pallet. Yeah, manages to get that hit through even though Cage is already timed out. That's still a decent amount of damage. He can probably get another one through another one and then land one more Cage.
yeah, but the thing though is that he's forced to break. The Seer's forced to break through that cage over there, so maybe you could run back to the two pallets there though. Though the Seer's doing currently a decent job in cleaning around because he actually has another out, but unfortunately not being able to use it in time over there, so it's gonna go down. But having that second out in play is definitely going to be coming into useful, as we can see that the journalist is already making a run for it, prepared to rescue. So even though this is a 2.5 cipher kite and a bit more, I do see potential for rebound kite here, Sin.
Yeah, honestly, because looking at the cipher progress, it's just a lot. It's enough cipher progress. Oof, unfortunately, abnormal is in play here, so there goes a significant amount of their cipher progress. But still, with three ciphers remaining, kiting out another one or two ciphers will put them in will put the last kite in such a good position for a tie or the 3K
Oh, but
that they would
unfortunately,
need.
it's gonna take the hit here and not being able to use out the owl in time. So that's a bit of a misplay over there. So currently the ciphers are still not enough, and for the next time the Seer will definitely have to find a good opportunity to use this owl out. But the question is, who, if they are gonna send someone in to rescue?
Honestly, with another survivor being right here, the painter is right there. There's a high chance they're gonna have him rescue anyways. They just want, yep, they just want them to bait the decoding around that cipher for now.
Uh-huh. So now gonna go after the Seer, but they're actually gonna have the Painter here to also body block. So let's see how they play this one out. Painter is able to take a block here, so probably they want to have the Painter's painting come and play, but I think they're playing a bit too aggressive considering they only need a tie here. Seer's out gonna come into play now, so I think the Painter can still protect for a bit, but the Painter cannot go down under any circumstance, and to make sure not to over support over here, as G-Tro will be looking at a direction, but able to take the painting out in time, though. The Seer's still able to break through the out, and currently Gomez in lower 7 level, so this is not looking too good for him.
Oh boy. With one cipher remaining, although the only saving grace here would be the fact that he could probably get a one
Ooh!
escape before the not one escape, one kill before the cipher pops, considering how many people are actually crowded around his target right now. But again, the harassment from the painter is finally kicking in. We're finally seeing a match where it's effective.
Yeah, though this is like a very extension that I'm not sure if that's the best idea, because like the survivors are still trying to harass and actually is able to pull that one off. I was about to say that that's a bit too aggressive from them, but in this game it's working out for them because like G-Tro seemed to be a bit confused on what to do with multiple survivors, so he's forced to onto this embalmer and misses a cage there. I think he's getting a bit impatient right now.
Oh, absolutely getting a little bit impatient right now.
Ooh!
Perhaps it's the pressure getting to him. He's trying to rush the last down so that he doesn't get tied here, but from the looks of it, this might not even be a tie. This might just be a one kill.
Let's see though. Let's see. The painters here though, it depends on if the painter gets found or down. Like if G-Trove is able to evade the painting and get it down, then anything can still happen. But the painter's currently playing hide and seek with the hunter, very smart. So let's see how. Oh, but the painter actually managed to sneaking in amongst all this red. So G-Trove lost his best opportunity. Is able to get the down on the embalmer once again. The painter has to leave. The painter cannot afford to go down here, but there is like one more cage. So let's see. Oh, yeah, the painter is gonna go down here.
Misplay with the painter.
Yep.
The painter unfortunately misplayed here and didn't manage to actually enter that cage properly. And yep, support from the owl manages to get the pallet stun here. He should be able to break that with the distance of the pallet between them. The cage is gone and not enough resentment level to put up another one yet. The Embalmer, the hunter's gonna change targets to Embalmer because he knows that the Embalmer is actually just gonna be able to. The Embalmer would probably just end up resurrecting himself and then going back to the door, the gate.
Yeah, like just now the painter was like hanging around the entire time. Because the thing is that the hunter had no trade, so the painter being here the entire time is to ensure the other two survivors here will make the grand exit, which is what's gonna happen. And this means that with that we can say congratulations to Team Gao as they have officially taken the win for this 5th game.
Congratulations to Team Gal. Excellent gameplay from them. Well played, honestly, keeping each other alive for that long. All of the rescues, the clean paintings, and then just the Embalmer being able to stall out enough time with his coffins on such a big map.
Oh, Painter's gonna go down here, and Embalmer will be rushing the other gate, but G12 is trying to get both survivors remaining here because he knows the Embalmer has no more self-heals or Leslie, but it doesn't seem like he knows where the Embalmer is though, so the Embalmer is actually being very sneaky and just glided past the hunter as if nothing happened.
Yup, and then let's see if he can get, even if he doesn't manage to get the win here, let's see if he can at least get 1 kill. Although it does seem difficult because of how well the painter is kiting this. This is a misplaced cage, unable to block off that pallet, and the painter is able to loop it right in the center with flywheel, fabulously timed flywheel effect to actually just get out of the negate that thing, although unable to exit that cage radius. And the Embalmer is being cut off at the gate if he can kite right into the gate.
Oh, no resentment, no resentment. Watch it. Okay.
Yep, no resentment.
Let's see.
Nope,
Flywheel,
nope,
flywheel.
He's probably gonna go down here. Flywheel? Yup. Unfortunately, not timed correctly enough, but. Oh wait, no, Painter actually does not have self-heal.
No,
So
both of them self-heal. Self-heal is already gone a long time. So with that,
yeah, self-heal is gone.
Yeah, no, I don't think the painter can crawl all the way towards the dungeon. So this will more than likely.
He doesn't have enough time.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough time. But hold on, G-Truff doesn't even know the dungeon was over there. Oh, never mind, found it. So yeah,
No,
congratulations to Team Gao for managing to take the win here, as they are going to be staying alive for another day, as unfortunately for the other team, for Team Bun, they will be eliminated right here as the Team Swiss stage is coming to an end. So yep, congratulations to Gao for staying alive, and let's see what more wacky stuff would they bring to us, as they still have one more match to go.
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, great match from Team Gao and from Team Bun. Both of them tried to use rather unstable team comps, but Team Gao seems to be up on their execution of these. Also, John, would you mind checking your Discord?
Oh my gosh, my internet is not loading. Alright, Asin, yeah, you're free to go. I'll just do the last one on my own.
Yeah, it's just one match. I hope it's not too much. Sorry about that again. Health issues are being weird again. Bye-bye, everyone.
Alright, yeah, goodbye, Sin. Alright, we still have one more match to go. I'm on my own. Hopefully the last match will not be overtime. Like, if the audience wants to see that, hopefully for your sake there's overtime. But seeing that on my own, I'm hopefully there's no overtime for my sake, because it is a very long night for me. As we still have one more match for the night, haha. But yeah, for this game, the survivors definitely, I mean, you can definitely see how the survivors having the ability to field control and fight around works, but we're gonna actually heading into a quick pause. So yeah, I'm gonna take a break, and I'll see you after the break. Hello everyone, we're back and I'm on my own, yay, ha 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 ha. So yeah, I managed to kick Sin out. Nah, I'm kidding. She had to leave because of health issues, so let's check anyone. Before I begin, let me check if there's anyone in the chat to say hi to. Yeah, hello everyone, whoever is in the stream right now. Hope you're enjoying your time here as I am actually enjoying my time even though I'm on my own. But oops, I almost forgot to do this. So yeah, this is actually going by very quick. The 2GT just passed by real quick, and for PvD here we have Half, Baby T, Domus, Aquaria, the Japanese, and some Japanese I cannot read. And for the one time I forgot to swap, this happens. So yeah, like for 2GT with Yosei, and like I remember Yosei, and let's see who else is in 2GT. Let me check my previous stream. But this, while I'm checking, I can't say this is the last match of tonight. Like, there might be a potential extra time, but, I mean, there might be a potential extra time, though, so anything can still happen. Yeah, I'm just trying to check who is in the 2GT comp so I can properly introduce them all. Oh, but never mind, we're gonna head straight into it while we're at it. Yeah, I cannot find who's in 2GT in time, but I can do it now. We have Tolesu, NYX, Yosei, PTLE, Seer's gonna get rid. Oh, it's Moonlit River Park again. For Moonlit is a very strong map. Like Moonlit is a more hunter-sided map. Though I feel like any of the like meta hunters like Opera Singer, Hula Baloo, or Goldman is all very good here. But we do see Enchantress being selected on 2GT's end. So maybe here like Enchantress, I'd imagine they want to like counter any potential Goldman picks here. So yeah, Puppeteer is also decent against Goatman, so let's see what would the pick. Let's see though. Goatman works, Hula Baloo. I think Hula Baloo might even be a bit better than Goatman, considering that Goatman doesn't really like the Enchantress, but Hula Baloo is fine. Oh, never mind, it's still the Goldman. Okay, so if it is still the Goatman, then Goatman can. I feel like anyone here can give the Goatman a bit of a hard time, if we think about this. Because the Enchantress stun, and then the Antiquarian can use her swing, sweep, and stab to potentially disarm the Hunter. Puppeteer can like swap into Lewis form and to break cages. I feel like this is a very decent counter, a decent pick against the Goatman, so this might give this Goatman a bit of an issue here, as we're gonna head into area selection straight away. Oh. So the Puppeteer might be taking the first kite here. So I think for Ghostman, like, maybe it would be better for him to close in and use normal attacks to hit the Puppeteer's like health down, or else he'll be in risk of having his cages getting shattered by Puppeteer turning into Lewis. But the Puppeteer actually had brought Time Turner and brought time, meaning that having no killing ability, there is a potential of him going down very fast into the game without the trait. So let's see how would this play out. But once again, 2GT and PDD, they're currently 1-2, so they do not want to go down fast. Like, they do not want to lose here, because if they lose, they are going to be out straight away. Alright, with that, this is going to be 2 GT Survivor for the PvD Hunter, with your caster Invisible Jong and no one else. Alright, heading into game, Domus will not be going after the Puppeteer, instead going to be going after Yossei's Enchantress straight away, so... Oh, let's see, gonna be mind gaming around, is able to trick a bit of distance, and the weakness of Enchantress is that early game she doesn't really have any abilities or items to work with, so she'll be taking a very fast hit into the game, but actually not going to be going out and choosing to rotate inside, maybe wanting it being harder for Domus to aim here, but let's see. Oh, a bit of back and forth, and we're talking about like less than 40 seconds into the game, and the Enchantress is already down, and Basement is also here though, but Domus will not be cheering in the basement, but cheering outside, possibly wanting to like disrupt other ciphers in the meantime, because if you look at the left, the ciphers are only like 1 cipher in total, so this is definitely not looking good at all for the survivors, considering that Abnormal is going to come in play. So this is like less than 1 cipher, and we already have the Enchantress on the chair. So their hope is really for a rebound kite to happen at this point, as the Mercenary will be coming in with an elbow pad to rescue. Alright, oh, stun doesn't work, fire effect, not able to last this one out, so Enchantress will be chaired once again, and we're still like 1.5 cipher in the game, and we are already on our 2nd chair of this Enchantress. This is a very bad situation for the survivors. Yeah, like their best hope here is to have the Antiquarian to come and rescue, and hope for the Antiquarian to like swing, sweep, and stab to give the Enchantress some rebound kite, which will be the case here, as Antiquarian is going to get spotted, but she does have a bit of a distance, so she had to be very careful. Is able to take the hit here, but watch out, there's still the Cajun backstab. Oh. 1 stun. Nope, not able to last for long. Antiquarian breaking the cage. Possibly, nope, not breaking the cage here. Enchantress, very dangerous. Able to kite this one out, which is very decent. If she goes down there, there's a huge disaster. But we do see the Enchantress is also, or rather the Antiquarian is also in the vicinity. Possibly, nope, left actually. Do not want to disrupt any further. But we're only 2.5 ciphers in the game, and we have our first elimination. Like, it's bad enough if it's a 2.5 cipher in the game and we have our like 2nd chair, but this is not 2nd chair, but elimination. So here, whoever is going to be taking the next kite will have the kite make the kite of their life here, as the Antiquarian is going to get spotted out. But the Antiquarian does have almost a full bamboo stick to work with, so this is some good news here. And the Antiquarian must make this kite count, or else everything is going to be different. But oh, Goldman misses the cage and does not have resentment level for the next one. This does give some breathing room for the survivors. For NYX over here, as that's a bit of a misplay on the Goatman's part. Oh, backstab, able to get the hit there. So with 3 ciphers, like, it's almost near 3 ciphers only. It's just the Puppeteer's coming in because Puppeteer's tied, but Domus is heading straight for it. The Puppeteer might get cut off. Uh-oh. Now can he even rescue? It's a good question. Like, goes for it. Oh, the cage shatters the cage here to increase the distance. I think he wants to force over time. The Mercenary is actually coming in to try and go for backdoor rescue, but Domus realizes it, so Domus can actually place the cage here, and it's already over half over there. Talk about adding thought into the injury here. Like, that was a very beautiful play from Domus predicting where the puppeteer is coming from. Though, like, there is this disarm to last for like 8 seconds more, but that's 8 seconds and it will run out eventually. Oh, he can even use blink here. Yep. Alright, so with that, NYX will be sent back to the manor. And we're talking about freehold ciphers remaining, and there's still 2 survivors. Like, 2 survivors are gone already, so this is more than likely than a 4-man elimination at this point. But hold on. Puppeteer playing hide and seek. Does Thomas realize it? Does Thomas know where he is? Doesn't seem likely. I just wanted to whisper. Like, honestly, unless the next survivor can kite for like at least 120 seconds, I don't see how they're going to get 1 man for it from this. Oh, but he's actually looking to, like, with the help of the cages, bring the puppeteer closer, but he did walk in the wrong way and send himself closer, as I do that. I do that as I'm not familiar with Goatman. But Domus actually is looking at the wrong direction though, thinking that the mercenary is at the other side of the map. He's actually at the same side, just hiding. So now this actually does give some breathing room, as there is a possibility for the mercenary to heal the puppeteer up without the puppeteer really using the self-heal. But the thing with the puppeteer trait... Oh wait, I think you cannot heal the puppeteer if I'm correct. Hold on, I'm not 100% sure. Wait, can you heal up the puppeteer? Oh yeah, you can, never mind. It's that you cannot... I think it's that you cannot heal the puppeteer back to full health. Anyways, both survivors still self-heal though. So I think they just want to play a bleed out 1-man escape type of strategy. As Domus currently... Like, his tinnitus perception was a bit wrong just now, walking in the wrong direction, but oh, I think he saw the mercenary there. Definitely saw. Oh, yeah, mercenary gonna get hit here. Puppeteer finishes the cipher in the meantime. But yeah, the puppeteer's at the other side of the map though. That's the thing. Let's see, it raises more cages and now has tinnitus range. So let's see how good is Domus's game sense this time, tinnitus perception. I think now he knows the approximate direction now, because he remembered which direction caused the tinnitus to disappear. Walking the wrong direction, but once tinnitus vanished, he knows where. Oh, does not see it. The survivors are definitely doing very good job playing hide and seek. And while he misses the puppeteer behind the wall. That's definitely unfortunate. As currently he's really struggling to find someone down. And maybe he at this point, like, mercenary gonna self-heal them back up. I think at this point maybe it'd be better for him to walk for a very long range and use tinnitus vanishing to guess. Oh yeah, puppeteer's gonna get found here. Mind game. I think it would be better if he just go. Like the cages here are a bit off, but it won't matter. Like, the survivors still need 2 whole ciphers, and they are just like being very careful and not propping crowds, as they want to play for 1 man for sure. And look at this, the mercenary is hiding at the corner of the map to making sure that he does not get sniffed out. Oh, I apologize. I'm getting sleepy. Yeah, the thing is that Domus does not know which direction it is. So maybe he should really do the thing where he like wanders at very corners because he barely missed Tinnitus range and walked towards the wrong direction. I think he really they really want to play the strategy of having Puppeteer to bleed out and the mercenary exit through the dungeon. But the thing is that if the mercenary does not touch the ciphers, then he would have crowds very fast. So he should find an opportunity to touch the cipher and then hide again. Maybe it would be better for Domus to go back and check all the corners because there was literally one corner that he did not check last time. Because if he's just playing like this, there's a higher opportunity that he's going to get 1-man escape. And now they actually managed to pick up the Puppeteer without any self-heal being expended too. I think Domus is playing very, very hasty here. If his like Tinnitus perception is awfully off, if you ask me. And now they can actually have the Puppeteer to come back here and decode because the Puppeteer still has self-heal. So as a backup in the case of the mercenary can just literally keep on touching ciphers and making sure that he does not prop crowds. Because the thing is that just now we already see that Puppeteer is very high in terms of bleeding progress. Also, is he opting to chair? Will he do the trick where he just like balloons and then allows struggle free and then go down to slow down the bleeding progress? I think he just wants to slow the bleeding progress down. Because here, the Puppeteer can definitely struggle. Oh, but now he manages to sniff out the mercenary because the mercenary has no more self-heal. So this is actually better now. Because he knows that Merc has no self-heal because Puppeteer, there's no way the Puppeteer could have gotten that self-heal off. So that was some very good predictions from the Domus's part. Merc have no more items, so Merc gets hit here, and he probably sees the shaking cipher. So now the roles have changed. It's the Puppeteer's role to play hide and seek. But can the Puppeteer play it? And this has actually been a very long game if you ask me. 12 minutes already. Oh, Tinnitus propped for a split second, walking the wrong direction. If it's not that direction, then it has to be at the other direction. So let's see how well is the Tinnitus perception this time, because we actually already seen by now multiple times that his like Tinnitus perception is awfully wrong as he went towards the wrong direction. Like, come on, where could he be? Alright, but prop Tinnitus. I think this time he should be able to predict. Yeah, it's not a bridge. Then where could it be? Blood trails. So yeah, with that down, Puppeteer Merc has no self-heal, so he can just chair the Puppeteer. And he already saw the dungeon over there, so I feel like this is going to be a 4-man elimination. So the pressure is on 2GT's Hunter to do the same right now. But no, he's actually not going to be chairing. I feel like he does not know that the mercenary used up self-heal. So actually what he's doing now is actually just prolonging the game. But yeah, definitely, because considering that if they lose, they're eliminated, they definitely wanted to pull this one off. But if he knows that the mercenary has no self-heal, which I feel like he should have known, then this will have been a 4-man elimination already, because here he's just like trying so bad to find a mercenary, but the mercenary is nowhere nearby. Yeah, like, I remember when the mercenary self-heal, the puppeteer was at the other side of the map. There was literally no way possible that the mercenary has self-heal. I think he just wants to, like, balloon and wait for the mercenary to bleed out. Yeah, honestly, I'll be honest, I'm running out of things to say, because it's just obvious that this will be like a whole repeat progress. The thing is that there's no way the puppeteer will ever make it towards the other side of the map. Oh, misplaced cage though. Yeah, Merc is about to bleed, so I think now he can finally chair the puppeteer. Yeah. Wait for it. Merc bleed, chair, over. One of the longest games in this tournament. What do y'all think? Alright, so yeah, congratulations to Team PBD for getting the 4-man first, though this was a very long game, especially towards the middle. But yeah, like, honestly, like, the Goldman played very well. And yeah, my memory is already very hazy thanks to the like puppeteer and Merc. But the Enchantress there just never really had a good chance to kite, because like I said it before, in theory, Enchantress is good against the puppeteer in terms of harassing. So that, or the Goatman. So that's why the Goatman is coming in to support. Like, no, that's why the Enchantress got chased first, is the Goatman wants to get rid of that support by doing that. And yeah, apologize if I'm saying the wrong stuff. It's 12 AM on my side. And I literally just came back from work, and it's been quite a long stream. Though right now, the pressure's back on to 2GT's Hunter to get a 4-man. Wait, I'll switch to cams. Hold on. No, it's this one. Yeah, so now... Oh my god. Forget it. People don't want to see me being sleepy. Moving on though, is that for 2GT's Hunter, him needing a 4-man elimination means that he has to do like some pretty impressive stuff, such as I think we're probably also expecting the opera singer first, or rather the Goatman first. For 2GT, like for PBD Survivor, they probably only need, like, they need a 1-man only, so they probably can see them pick the Embalmer. Also maybe Psychologist. Just the tanky survivors. And I guess adding an officer and finally a kiter like an acrobat or a painter. Actually, no, that gets countered. A puppeteer, just tanky survivors. Because, like, while I said that in this game is a harassing meta, but in this part though, like now the fact that they are up by 5-0, now they can afford to play it safe. It's a good time to play it safe indeed. I need to go to bed after this. I already don't know what I'm saying, haha. Thanks for sticking by, everyone in the chat. I appreciate everyone watching here so that I won't be too lonely on my own, because I'm alone right now and I have to speak. So, for Team 2GT, let's see what is their hunter they have the highest like with the most familiar with, because they probably want the most play the most familiar hunter, obviously. If the Goatman is good, they'll play the Goatman. If not, it's just more hunters that they're familiar with. But yeah, as I said, 2GT, they can pick the Embalmer, the Psychologist, the First Officer, and the last one... Oh, I don't know what NTD and EEC are showing right now. Maybe someone who knows can tell me in the chat, haha. What else are we expecting here? Like, Moon and River Park being a massive map and all, Goatman and Hula Baloo are both possible here. Opera Singer, like, funnily enough, we have not seen a single Opera Singer in the game so far. Like, for tonight. We did see a Hula Baloo and Goatman, but we did not see Opera Singer, and we did not see the Shadow. So maybe we can see potentially some of that. Oh, them showing off their phones. Oh, we're heading in now. No Seer. Actually, Seer has not been selected along this tournament. Embalmer and... Oh, Mechanic. Potentially counter Goatman. And I guess Antiquarian. Oh, that works. I was thinking Mechanic and Forward or Psychologist, but that also works. No First Officer. Then they can pick a Gravekeeper and a Psychologist. Oh, but offer a Magician and Mercenary instead. I mean, Magician is fine. Mercenary does have there is a risk with the Mercenary though. Because with the Mercenary, there is a potential chance of him getting chased by the Goatman. Because the Goatman can like wait for the Mercenary to use the elbow pad and then just appear at the other side of the cage. So that is one thing that the Mercenary should be very wary of. Meanwhile, if Hibari here does not want to play the Goatman, I think the Opera Singer would be a good choice here. Because the Mechanic can't kite long against the Opera Singer, and Magician, there's a possible for the Magician to get hit through the illusion. We've seen that happen before. So I feel like Opera Singer also works here, considering that he needs the 4-man. I feel like Goatman might have a bit... I'll say a bit of a risk here. But yeah, for Hibari here, if there's a time where we need him to shine, it is going to be now. He must get the 4-man or else this will be over. So let's see what would his choice be. As he only has 20 seconds to figure out. Oh, the Shadow. Oh yeah, this reminds me, he probably plays a lot of the Shadow. But now I'm seeing why Moonlight has been picked, because this is a map. This is a map where the Shadow is bad at. It's a known thing that the Shadow is weakest at this map. This being a massive map and all. And And also the magician here, the magician can just like use his wands to kick the leech off when he gets chased. So the magician is not an ideal chase here, so probably have to chase the antiquarian here. But with this spawn, the mechanic also works. Mechanic also works with this spawn. But if the mechanic can hide her magician bond, like, not magician, yeah, I'm getting sleepy. Her, like, controller bot, and then, like, go down in a reasonable amount of time, then it'll be very hard to get a 4-man. Because the Shadow is a field controlling hunter, and this map is very bad for her, seeing this being a massive map and all. And for the trait-wise... Oh, Antiquarian actually brought Tide Turner, so Anti is actually kind of fragile though. Alright, we're going to be heading into PvD's Survivor versus TTC's Hunter, which is potentially the last match with your caster Invisible Joan. Alright, heading into the game, he probably will be sending out Yidra and her main body straight towards the mechanic, so the plan will be to head straight into the chase, though that also means that in the game, is that there won't be much field control, so let's see. Has the mechanic dropped her bot yet? Doesn't seem like it. It's able to dodge the first scare, but the mechanic needs to find an opportunity to drop her bot. But because now she's actually getting dangerously closer to Hunter, might be taking a hit over here. Let's see. Oh, the bot is going to come down. Fortunately, it's able to get out of like the Ostracon range. The unfortunate part is that she's 70, which means that all it takes is for one hit and one scare, which the hit is going to occur here, and the scare, or the revelation, then she'll be down. So let's see. Is it able to evade it? It's able to evade it, but there is a bit of a distance though. Flywheel. Yep, able to evade it and just kite out a bit longer time, but this time doesn't seem likely as the mechanic is going to go down. The fortunate thing is that her bot has been safely dropped out, though the Hunter definitely knows where the bot is, so it's going to be cheering closer towards where the bot gets dropped off. Let's see, who will be taking the rescue here? Oh my god, I'll just unplug the camera, you know what? Okay, the mercenary is going to be coming in, got the revelation here. So here I'm probably wanting to try and aim for a double down. But the mercenary has to be very careful when he wants to rescue. Okay, able to get off without any double down issues, which is decent enough here. Here as he barely will be looking to try and feel control. But the thing is that ciphers are actually getting popped. But mercenary actually hits 100 corruption out of nowhere. That's a massive mistake from the mercenary. I don't know if he just wasn't cautious enough and walked into it or what. But actually, I just realized is that this the Shadow has brought the trump card, meaning that he has no full presence, and that's the one saving grace here. But unfortunately, this is not gonna help here as the mechanic will still be going down. But honestly, I felt like if the magician or the merc had not given out the double down there, then this would have, I could say for guarantee, this will not be a 4-man. But now there's an opportunity with the mercenary on the ground. Because look, now he wants to pick up the mercenary, though there is the mechanic spot over there, so let's see how this plays out, because eventually he'll have to teleport his way back towards the mechanic, which is what's going to happen here. And I think the mechanic can actually just die and sacrifice himself and send the bot into rescue. Yeah, he actually should just... But it seems that the survivors already put the rescue off. Though now the mechanic will be eliminated and the merc shared once, there's still a possibility for this to be a 4-man elimination, as the Antiquarian is here nearby, but missing that swing and get a balloon hit is not what you want. And yes, you're able to pull off the rescue, but in what cost? As now both survivors are in a danger zone over here. And Antiquarian is still harassing, she should just get out, because if she goes down here, then this would be game over for them. Like, the fortunate thing is that the Magician is still in full health, but the thing is that they do have 2 ciphers high in progress, but would that help towards them? Because now the field controls everything, but Hibari here is actually going to be teleporting straight away, as he thought someone was decoding at the Haunted House cipher. Little did he know it was the bot disrupting, and now actually this gives survivors some breathing room, as the Antiquarian can possibly like use his self-heal, but doesn't seem likely. Teleport away, pick it up. But the Magician was at the vicinity, so now the Magician can decode. And the thing with the buffed, like 100 corruption, yeah, you can take the hit here. Oh, but he just wants to get a pop and force them at a bad timing. Revelation scare. But can he pop though? No, the Magician cannot pop. Wait. Yeah, the Magician cannot pop. I feel like it would have been better if he just allowed himself to get Revelation scared. And now this changes the game entirely, because it was 100 primed, but they couldn't pop it. I feel like they should have just popped it straight away rather than waiting over there. Now this might not even be a 1-man. Or the survivors should now just decode a different cipher, but now they're going to pop it. So I think the plan is to have the mercenary hang by, rush the gate. Oh, because the hunter is trump card, so the hunter can consider to teleport at the back gate, because if he does not teleport, the mercenary can make a run for it. So yep, teleport straight away. So I think the Antiquarian should instantly go down. And to force the shadow to come back here. Yeah, because the thing is that in order to go back towards where the other survivors are, the shadow has to drop her leash down, pull it back, send her main body, but during that time there would be like a massive distance. So actually now the survivors are back in position to play for a 1-man. Because now they can easily send someone to rush the front gate, one at the center, and the mercenary will forever be occupying someone at the back gate. Like, yeah, we can see the survivors are very well coordinated. They're always going to be having one at front, one at back, one near the hunter. Oh, mercenary here actually might be taking a free hit here, but would not matter because the Antiquarian or the Magician already finished the gate and made the grand escape. So with that, the Magician is going to get sent back to the manor, or rather like escaped out the manor. So Antiquarian will get eliminated. And congratulations to Team PPD for winning and eliminating Team 2GT. Yup, as Team PPD is gonna take the win here. 2GT unfortunately will get eliminated here, as there's still 6 more teams still in play now. Yeah, because right now it seems that the hunter does not realize that the merc was hanging at the dungeon, so merc will be able to escape through the dungeon, and this is going to be oh yeah, dungeon escape. This is going to be a tie here. So congratulations to Team PPD on defeating Team 2GT and advancing. So yeah, I feel like it was a bit of a risk endgame, but I felt like the Antiquarian, if only the hunter realized Antiquarian coming in and teleported back up and pop it and like get the Antiquarian, This could have been an entirely different story. But yeah, PBD now advances and 2GT will be sent back as PBD still has one more match to go, and they'll be looking to win the next match 2-2. Yeah, like the Shadow definitely tried her best, but the Shadow has just gotten significantly weaker, like especially her endgame control and all. And also the mechanic did kite decent, like the mechanic also did do a very good job, and considering that he brought the trump card to gamble and rather the insolence, this made her like mid game weaker as we see, her early game weaker. Yep, there we have it. This will be a 7-2. And congratulations goes to Team PBD. For Team 2GT, unfortunately, they're gonna get sent back here, and I think right now we'll just have to wait for the what? Wait for the bracket showing. Yeah, I apologize if I'm more quiet here because it's getting late and I'm on my own, so I'll be a bit reserved. So anyways, there we have it. LS Bun, 2GT being sent eliminated. HLT, FCMN and WG are advancing. So we'll have NE, CC, ES, LS, Bun, and 2GT. Oh no, NE, CC, ES, MT, Gao, and PBD fighting for the last 3 spots. We're gonna be doing the bracket draws here, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I think they're doing the bracket draws. So let's see. Let's see what would it be. I wonder, can I show y'all the draws, or are they doing it off? Oh yeah, they're doing it now. So yeah, let's just be patient and wait for a bit, as we'll soon have the matchups to see what would the final 3 matchups be. Yeah, I'm going to be wondering how would Team CC be facing, because for Team CC, the hard thing about them is that they went from 2-0 to 0-2. But meanwhile, interestingly enough, we do have PPD, who went from 0-2 to 2 from 0-2 to 2-2. So their mindset will be entirely different. It'll be interesting should CC and PPD face each other off, as one team went from 2-0 to 0-2, 2-0 to 2-2, and one team went from 0-2 to 2-2. Let's see. Oh, we have it here. We have PB. Oh, it was exact. I think I jinxed it. We have PBD versus CC, MT versus NE, and ES versus Gao. So yeah, we're going to have a matchup of one team that went from 2-0 to 2-2. And one team that went from 0-2 to 2-2. Let's see. Have they ever played each other? Oh, interestingly enough, MT did play against NE at one point with no exit taking the win. So this would be sort of like a revenge match for the second one. A revenge match of if MT can pay the revenge or with no exit shut them down again. For ES versus Gao, not too much. As Gao won TSF and then won against Bun here. Yeah, the first two matches have something very excited, and the third match, if I have Sin next to me, maybe we can see Sin commentate ES once again. Who knows? Yep. 6 more teams. We started with 16, 5 teams advanced, 5 teams eliminated, 5 more, or 6 more, that we're going to be determining the result with, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I hope you all enjoyed this relatively long night of 4.5 hours of action, as I did enjoy it towards the end, even though I was left alone, like right now. But yeah, no, well, I enjoyed it. And hopefully for moving on in the next tournament, for next stream, hopefully I'll have more backup because Sin left me, unfortunately. So yeah, I guess that is about to be wrap up of today. So I'll wait for NTT and EEC to exit the stream, as I'll exit the stream soon. But yeah, let's see anyone I know in the chat. Hopefully come and cheer, let me know you're there. Oh, there isn't anyone? It's okay. But yeah, this has been actually a long day of 6 BO1s. Hope you all enjoyed this live action and stick around it, as I've sticked around the entire thing, so yep. Oh, look how excited NTT is. Maybe he just pumped up for more action, as I think the BO3 actions afterwards would also be very fun too. Like when it ends from BO1 to BO3. The action there would definitely also be very exciting. As after that, I also have my own tournament, so this will also be a good glimpse of how the meta looks like. Because as we've seen, there's definitely like a huge shift in the meta. Anyways. Back to what I was saying. Oh, yeah, this is going to be the Hunter pool or the playoff team. Write your story in Sky 3.0 and with HLT and oh, I cannot see all in time, unfortunately. But yeah, we do have 3 teams that are 3-1, and now we have 3 more teams in 3-2 soon that will be joining the bracket. Oh, yep. This is the matchup. That's the end of today. So I reckon this will also be the end of the stream. And hope you all enjoyed it as I did, even though this is